You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We appreciate you joining us here today. We are going to go ahead and jump right in. And one of the big topics going on today, not just in our area, but also on Capitol Hill, we are talking about immigration enforcement today. On the well, let me start with the right. Let me give you the right. That is a hearing that is going on. House Homeland Security Committee hearing that is going on live right now on Capitol Hill. That is Congressman Michael McCall, a Republican from Texas, who is testifying, or excuse me, not testifying, but having the chance to speak and ask some questions right now because we are hearing from the ICE director and some other Department of Homeland Security leaders who are testifying on the Capitol Hill today about immigration efforts and about immigration enforcement. Obviously, the context of this is that all of this is going as we are approaching another deadline for funding of the Department of Homeland Security. That was the one of the main things at issue during a brief partial government shutdown, and Democrats saying they don't want to extend DHS funding for another year without some changes to ICE, some ways to hold them accountable for the immigration enforcement efforts and that kind of thing. So that's kind of the backdrop for that discussion that is going on. We're keeping an eye on that hearing. On the left is a live look inside the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting, which is going on right now and has been going on for a couple of hours now. A couple of big items on the agenda today. One of them is a discussion over Visit Orlando contract after a scathing audit found a number of issues with financial management in the office. There's going to be an update and a presentation on that coming up in a little bit. Also discussion in just a little bit about the Intergovernmental Services Agreement. That's the agreement between essentially the county and ICE, the feds, when it comes to ICE detention in the Orange County Jail. This is something we've been covering and talking about quite a bit. There has been a lot of public comment today about, some about the Visit Orlando issue. We heard from some business owners expressing their support for that organization. We're also hearing quite a bit of public comment about the ICE detention issue. In fact, let's go ahead and listen in here. I do want to say that these the public comment we're taking here could be about any topic. So we will have to see what exactly is coming up. But let's go ahead and listen in as this conversation continues right now at the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting. A number of public speakers, several dozen, 66 people had signed up to speak today. So let's go ahead and listen in.
And it is unanimous. Regarding the item that was pulled, we can go ahead and take up that item now. Commissioner Simrad.
I'm sorry, sir, to proceed right now on that item?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, everyone. And Mr. Octavian, I don't know if he is still here or not. Hello. Congratulations on being nominated to two boards.
All right, so the public comment must have just wrapped up there. We are going to continue to keep an eye on that because there will be more on that coming up in just a little bit when it comes to when they come to the discussion agenda. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Let me get you live right now, though, to the Florida House State Affairs Committee as lawmakers in Tallahassee are discussing and debating a potential Charlie Kirk Day of Remembrance to be held on October 14th every year. That is Anna Escamani, Democrat from Orlando, who was just showed up a minute ago speaking and asking some questions there. So let's go ahead and listen in at this debate live right now in Tallahassee.
And grow a business and raise a family. And so I'll admit I had to kind of get myself up to speed a little bit about who he was and the work he had been doing. And, the first thing I'll say is I don't agree with everything he said. I just don't. I've not yet actually found anybody that I agree with everything they say. What I was really, really impressed with was specifically the effort at face-to-face civic engagement. And that necessarily involves us, respectfully disagreeing over subject matters. I think that's the point of that effort. And I think specifically his effort to engage our younger population in getting off their phones and off of social media and into a positive face-to-face interaction where we can debate and disagree in a very civic way. And so I agreed to co-sponsor this bill, not because I agree with everything that Mr. Kirk said, but because I think his death was a tragedy, and I think that we should look for every opportunity we can find to remind, in particular, the younger generations that are coming up, that is our American tradition, and that we do have to find ways to be able to engage with each other directly and face-to-face and engage in that civic discourse, and that the worst thing that we could do, and the way we'll build up walls and silos, is to not be able to vigorously engage into that face-to-face debate. And if we don't take on the issues when that specific action is met with violence, I think that's the worst thing we could do, no matter which side of the aisle you sit on or which side of an issue you may have or how you may feel about Mr. Kirk's personal opinions. And so for that reason, I'm up on the bill today. Thank you.
Representative Cross, recognized in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I think like everyone here in this committee that Charlie Kirk did not deserve to die exercising his First Amendment rights. However, we have heard about the many hurtful and disparaging comments that he has made to certain members of our community, especially Black people. And I do not believe that as a body we should be memorializing those type of comments and that type of hurt. Certainly, history will remember him for the role that he played in social discourse, but I believe it is the wrong action for this body to be remembering him with this bill, and I ask everyone else to join me in voting no for this.
Representative Weinberger, you're recognized in debate.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Rep. Benarich. I wanted to share that I support this bill, and I'm proud to support it. October 14th for Charlie Kirk Day. I've met Charlie Kirk many times, and I was actually very impressed. Again, we're never going to agree with everything that somebody says, but the fact that he encouraged people to look beyond the headlines and memes, and in a day where too many people rely on clickbait for their information. I share the belief with Charlie that I don't see in skin color. We're all children of God. And I honestly hope this day inspires people to continue the thoughtful debate that Charlie was always so effective in promoting for our young people. So thank you so much, and I proudly support this.
Further debate. Representative Minarch, you're recognized to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank everyone that spoke opposing the bill and supporting the bill. Exactly what we're here to do. First Amendment, it's important. Doesn't mean we endorse what people say, because to be quite honest, today I've been portrayed as a white Christian racist. I am not white, I am not Christian, because I'm Jewish, and I'm not a racist. But this is the right we have in this country. I don't have to like what anybody says here. It is your right to say it. Most people here don't know me. You don't know the battles we fight outside of these walls. This is why it's important to protect our rights. My husband would have been here today if it wasn't because he's at home battling stage 4 small cell lung cancer. Who knows how much longer he'll be with me. Actually, a high school dropout. His value is not in the school or education that he didn't get, because unfortunately, he was so poor that he had to go to work early in life. But he became a successful businessman. He built a business with his own hands. The value is in people, all people. This bill is not asking anyone in this room to agree with whatever Charlie Kirk said. It is not about endorsing every statement that he made. It is not about elevating him. Not at all. But we all get so caught up in these conversations that really you're missing the point about this bill. And this is exactly what we're doing here, having debate, having that uncomfortable conversation. This bill is about the First Amendment, our Constitution, and what it means when speech is met with violence. We're better than this. And this is nonpartisan. Do we still believe that this agreement should be met with debate and not bullets? I think so. This man was assassinated for exercising his First Amendment right. That fact alone should concern every American, regardless of party, race, religion. It should be a concern of everyone, and it is our business in this legislature to protect all and make sure that our rights are protected. Because when violence becomes an acceptable response to speech, then the First Amendment becomes meaningless. House Bill 125 draws a clear constitutional line. It says that in Florida, ideas are answered with ideas. Disagreement is answered with debate. And in Florida and in America, we debate and we do not assassinate. And I close. Thank you.
Tamara, please call the roll and announce the vote on CS for HB 125.
Representatives Basabi,
Yes.
Blanco,
Yes.
Botana,
Yes.
Boyles,
Yes.
Cheney,
Yes.
Cobb,
Yes.
Cross,
No.
Duggan, Escamani,
No.
Gant,
No.
Gentry,
Yes.
Gillimbardo, Gonzalez Pittman,
Yes.
Griffith,
Yes.
Holcomb,
Yes.
Schock,
Yes.
Maggard,
Yes.
McFarland,
Yes.
Mooney,
Yes.
Nixon,
No.
Owen,
Yes.
Spencer,
No.
Tendridge,
No.
Weinberger,
Yes.
Young,
No.
Chair Robinson.
Yes.
18 yeas, 7 nays.
Please show CS for HB 125 has been reported favorably. Congratulations.
So the Charlie Kirk Day of Remembrance bill moves forward. I believe that may be its final committee before it heads to the House floor. I'll have to double check that, but I do believe it has, let's see, referred to State Affairs Committee and State Affairs Committee. I believe that is the final committee hurdle for it to pass before it heads to the House. So we will see what happens with that. We'll keep a close eye on that bill. A couple of other things in Tallahassee we're watching today as well, including standing by for a discussion about a bill, the airport renaming bill that would allow lawmakers to have more input when it comes to renaming airports in the state. Let's go ahead and take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to Capitol Hill right now, where Congressman Lou Correa, a Democrat from California, having the chance to question the ICE director. Let's go ahead and listen in as this hearing continues on Capitol Hill, and as we await more discussion on local ICE agreements coming up in Orange County here shortly.
Being detained, being taken in, some being held for 5 days. Sir, what do we do with those people in that situation? What do we tell them?
Sir, I don't know of any particular case that you're speaking of American citizen being held.
I'm more than happy to provide you a list, sir.
100%, sir.
So let me ask you, sir, are you surveilling U.S. citizens today?
No, sir.
Those people protesting, practicing this First Amendment right, photos of them, data taken, they're not being placed in any kind of a database?
There is no database for protesters, sir.
One of your officers in Maine said to one of the individuals protesting, we're going to put your face in a little database. What does that mean? Do you have a little database of Americans?
No, sir, we don't.
Then what do you think your ICE agent was doing to this individual when he said those statements?
I can't speak for that individual, sir, but I can assure you there is no database that's tracking United States citizens.
Sir, California, we're a sanctuary state. Does that cause you a problem picking up individuals?
Yes, sir.
I have with me today some data from Sheriff Barnes, Orange County Sheriff. Very good friend. He's been here to testify numerous times. For 2025, he referred about 300 individuals for your office to pick up. 250 were picked up, 50 were never picked up. We had a long conversation saying, what is going on? If these are the worst of the worst, you've called ICE to pick them up and you didn't pick them up. Can you explain to us why you didn't pick up all these individuals that were referred to your office to pick up?
Yes, sir. That's the key part of that is the referral. We make sure that those individuals are eligible to be placed in detention and for movability. So
you never even looked at those individuals.
Gentleman's time.
I would like to talk to you about this issue later on, Mr. Lyons. Thank you very much.
Time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why are we here? And I think it's pretty clear that until proven otherwise, at 5 years of experience, that it seems like one side of the aisle is in favor of open borders and wants to abolish ICE. And I hope that that can be proven wrong. And the other side of the aisle wants to enforce the laws that are on the books. Commissioner Scott, how many administrations have you worked for in your career?
Since the Clinton administration?
So multiple Republicans, multiple Democrats.
Correct.
Is it a crime to enter this country illegally and to skip a notice to appear, to skip a court-ordered appearance, and to not comply with the laws that are on the books?
Yes, sir.
Has that changed since you started working for President Clinton?
No.
So I can't imagine establishing the fact that it is a crime to skip a notice to appear. We had 10 to 12 million people who entered this country illegally in the Biden administration. As a conservative estimate, there are sanctuary cities all throughout the United States who have said, we will not comply with federal laws. That's why we're here today. I can't imagine being a DHS officer, an ICE officer, and being threatened with violence, having death threats, being doxxed, having your family identified, putting that on the internet, and violently telling you that they are going to kill you because you are enforcing the laws that are on this book that were passed by both sides of the aisle in this body. Director Lyons, how many of your agents are being doxxed, threatened, or harassed?
We've had over 8,000% increase on death threats.
You know, I'm in the middle of working a bipartisan domestic terrorism working group with another member on this committee. There is a group called Defend 612 that has come out with tactics, techniques, and procedures in Minneapolis to do things like encourage protesters to impede law enforcement, to push civilians towards legally and physically risky confrontations, to help mobilize a counter-protest, to coordinate strategies and trainings to aid illegal immigrants to avoid detention. Are you familiar with groups like this, Defend 612?
Yes, sir. We have multiple groups around that in all 50 states.
There's an article written by Christina Buttons, and I'd like unanimous consent to enter this into the record called Inside Minneapolis's ICE Watch Network. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter.
Without objection.
This article talks about these tactics, techniques, and procedures that put your law enforcement agents and your agents at risk. What is different about Minneapolis? What kind of coordination have you received from the local police department that we don't see any of this in Texas? We've not seen, and there have been many ICE operations that have happened in Texas, but what's different from what you've seen in Minneapolis?
Unfortunately, sir, in the beginning of the Minneapolis operation, we didn't see any cooperation at the state or the local level, whether it be from the Minneapolis Police Department or the Minnesota State Police, which led to ICE officers and agents, as well as our other federal partners, pretty much having to defend themselves from whatever impediment, riots, or protests.
Were they told by local elected officials not to cooperate?
Yes, sir.
Is that because they're a sanctuary city?
I'm assuming that's
in
what it is,
part-
sir, but I can't speak to the mind of those elected officials, but they were ordered not to stand down.
How did it make you feel as somebody who carries out the laws that this body has passed when you hear the mayor of Minneapolis say F ICE?
Well, sir, I mean, from a morale standpoint, it hurts us to the fact that for decades, and I've worked since President Bush, ICE has always been in Minneapolis. We've always been in every major city and state. So it wasn't like it was a brand new thing. We've always been doing immigration enforcement. So that's demoralizing.
Commissioner Scott, are you separating families?
No.
Tell me about when you served President Obama. Has anything changed in the policy of deportation? And how many people did President Obama deport?
I don't have that number in front of me. Policies and how things are enforced do change. The laws have not changed. I believe what you're referring to is literally when someone is arrested, whether it's on immigration or whether it's a normal criminal offense, and they have children, we don't necessarily prosecute the children. But when someone's deported, if they want to take their children with them, they have that right. We do not separate them.
I hope that the other side of the aisle will read this article on Defend 612 and look at the tactics, techniques, and procedures. And if this is domestic terrorism, where we have a group that's on signal that is calling out agents and doing things to interrupt, intercede, and prevent law enforcement from carrying out the laws that this body passed, that you'll have the courage to call it domestic terrorism if it is that way. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I now recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Tanadar, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses. Commissioner Scott, did the ICU nurse, Alex Preddy, deserve to die?
I cannot comment on an ongoing investigation, sir.
Do you believe that he deserved to die? Should he be killed by your agents?
I'm not going to comment on an ongoing investigation, sir, before it's concluded and all the facts are available.
Do you agree with CBP Commander Bovino's statement that Alex Preddy was planning to massacre law enforcement agents?
I'm not going to comment on an ongoing investigation, sir.
Director Lyons, did Renee Good deserve to die?
Sir, I can't comment on ongoing investigations.
Director Lyons, do you agree with Secretary Noem and Vice President Vance's characterization of Renee Good as a domestic terrorist?
Sir, I can't speak to their comments as that they are their own, but as an ongoing investigation, I can't speak to that.
Director Lyons, what did your agents mean when he said, "You raise your voice, I erase your voice"? In the video just that we have seen, all of us have seen.
Sir, I'm not aware of that video that you have, sir. I can't comment on what that officer has said.
Does that statement, if I show you the video of that, does that statement reflect the value of your agency? And does ICE respect and adhere to the First Amendment?
Yes, sir. ICE does respect and refer to the First Amendment, but that doesn't respect that. Well, your statement that you said doesn't represent the values of the men and women of ICE.
Commissioner Scott, does CBP respect and adhere to the First and Second Amendment?
Yes, we do.
Don't you agree that Alex Preddy had every right to exercise his First and Second Amendment freedoms before being shot in the streets by one of your agents?
I believe every person in the United States has a right to their constitutional rights.
Look, I have heard and seen enough. I'm just sick and tired of your agents running around in our cities, in our streets, causing illegal activities. ICE and CBP thugs are roaming our streets, attacking our communities, using our children as bait, referring to people as bodies and numbers, targeting people for their accents and the color of their skin, and killing American citizens, all while showing zero remorse for their actions. Director Lyons and Commissioner Scott, do you think President Trump will pardon you and your boss, Kristi Noem, before he leaves office, just like he has for insurrectionists and his political allies? Do you believe President Trump will pardon you? Because, go ahead.
I'm not going to speak on behalf of President Trump, but I'll tell you, I signed up for this job to protect America, and I'm very proud of the service that I provide, and I don't need a pardon from anybody.
Well, you better hope so. You better hope you get being pardoned, because you will be held accountable for the absolute disregard of the law your agencies have shown over the past year. Your agencies have lost the trust of the American people, with millions taking to the streets to protect the illegal actions of your agencies. And that's why I introduced a bill in the United States Congress to abolish ICE. ICE must be abolished. I also co-sponsored a bill to impeach Secretary Kristi Noem. And I believe Kristi Noem must be impeached. And this Congress must do everything in its power to carry out oversight actions against these rogues departments, including if
Gentleman's
necessary.
time has expired. A witness has requested a break. Committee will recess for 5 minutes. Members of the audience will remain seated.
The Homeland Security hearing on Capitol Hill taking a break. As we heard some back and forth between a congressman from Michigan asking about the Renee Good and Alex Preddy killings in Minneapolis. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm going to get you to this Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting where they are just beginning to hear a presentation about the Visit Orlando contract. This would be a third amendment to it, extending a previous deal with some revisions, with some changes to the promotion agreement between Orange County and Visit Orlando, the group's tourism group that does a lot of work to promote the region, try to bring businesses to the region and tourists as well. There's been a lot of questions and concerns and criticisms of the spending of Visit Orlando, specifically after an audit came out that had some allegations of misclassification of funds, a number of questions about some of the things that the money was spent on. And so that has led to some additional discussion among the commissioners, wanting some additional accountability and other things in this new agreement. So let's go ahead and listen in as we are hearing some discussion about the audit recommendations, and we'll see where things go from here live in Orange County right now.
Visit Orlando should develop an overhead cost allocation methodology. Visit Orlando should obtain BCC approval before lobbying. Visit Orlando should recommunicate its procurement policies and retrain its employees. So to break it down under audit recommendation 1A, the comptroller's recommendation was that Visit Orlando should reclassify TDT funds for $3.4 million of revenue generated from the TDT, and payments should be made from its funds to its TDT bank accounts. The action taken was that Visit Orlando classified $3,436,243. So all of the funds from the 2023 audit were reclassified at the direction of the comptroller. Item number B was Visit Orlando should perform a respective review of revenue received in 2019 to identify additional TDT reimbursements that may have been misclassified and deposited into its funds. The action taken was that revenues have been reviewed back to 2019, and VO has reclassified all revenues to the appropriate accounts in accordance with the comptroller's recommendations. The total was $10,484,262,000, which has been reclassified by VO since the August 26, 25 BCC update. Under audit recommendation 1C, VO, in collaboration with county administration, should determine how the reserve funds of $6.3 million should be classified and recommend its proposed plan to the board for review and approval. Actions that were taken: there was no way to determine the source of reserve funds because bank records dating back to 1997 through 2014 are not available, and therefore it has been determined that no further reclassification is recommended. Item number D is Visit Orlando should develop and implement clear policies and procedures to ensure accurate classification and reporting of revenue sources, particularly for co-op revenues, interest, and shared cost. Action taken: Visit Orlando has developed and implemented clear policies and procedures to ensure classification and reporting of revenues, particularly in those areas noted. Item number 1E, Visit Orlando should deposit all revenues generated from TDT expenditures into its TDT bank account promptly after receipt. The action that's been taken is Visit Orlando has created and implemented a standard operating procedure to ensure that the accurate monthly reclass of revenues and expenses is placed into the proper accounts. Item F, VO should evaluate participation fees charged to members to ensure that revenues better align with cost. Action taken: Visit Orlando has developed and implemented policies and procedures to ensure accurate classification reporting of revenues. Recommendation number 2A, Visit Orlando should revise its internal expense reporting to include a standardized methodology for calculation of ROI. Guidance should clearly define the inputs, the appropriate timeframes and measures, and the outcomes. Action taken: Visit Orlando has created and implemented a standard operating procedure to provide a standard for pre-approving trade shows, events, and missions for the organization to assure alignment with Visit Orlando's mission. Item 2B, Visit Orlando should provide additional training for employees on the requirements to include both cost and calculated ROI for each applicable event or travel activity in summary reports as stated in the current policy. Reports lacking this information should be considered incomplete and returned for revision. So Visit Orlando has developed and implemented an updated ROI methodology, and developed a training plan for its employees. Item number 2C, Visit Orlando should implement a review process to verify the accuracy of ROI return calculations, including validation of both cost and return components. Visit Orlando has developed a standardized ROI to make sure that this is aligned with the mission. In addition, they've created a pre-event approval form and post-event measurement tool that's in alignment with industry standards. Number 3, Visit Orlando should strengthen oversight processes to ensure that all TDD expenditures strictly comply with the terms of the agreement and Florida law. So item number A, Visit Orlando should implement a review process for all TDT expenditures to ensure that allowable uses under the agreement. Visit Orlando has developed and implemented SOPs that outline how these things should be coded to ensure compliance with the Visit Orlando and Orange County agreement, supporting increased transparency and TDT disbursements. In addition, Visit Orlando has hired an internal auditor, and that person starts on March 2nd. Item number B, Visit Orlando should conduct periodic trainings for its finance and program staff on allowable TDT fund uses to ensure compliance with agreements and spending restrictions. The action taken, Visit Orlando has developed a training plan to educate their team members on allowable and non-allowable uses of the tax dollars, and it provides for training of new members, continuing education, and disciplinary actions if there are violations to policy. Item number 4, Visit Orlando should submit a complete marketing plan and budget called the work plan to Orange County Convention Center for approval as required by the agreement. This includes a clear budget that allows the Convention Center to evaluate whether funds are aligned with its priorities and ensure that unused funds are carried over as stipulated. So in the new agreement, there's further clarity on the timeline for adherence to this agreement. Number 5, hang with me, there's a couple more. Visit Orlando should develop and implement a cost allocation methodology to ensure that overhead expenses benefiting member-related activities are appropriately charged to non-TDT funds rather than TDT funds. This methodology should identify shared costs that support the TDT-funded and member-related functions and allocate those costs proportionally. So the action taken, Visit Orlando has amended the agreement to address the allocation of overhead costs. Item number 6, Visit Orlando should obtain BCC approval before discussing potential legislative matters with state legislatures that could be perceived as lobbying. The action taken, Visit Orlando will align with the county's legislative priorities and obtain BCC approval prior to lobbying in accordance with the agreement. Number 7, VO should recommunicate the procurement policy to all relevant staff with an emphasis on key thresholds, documents, and consequences for noncompliance. And 7B, they should conduct a mandatory training session for all employees to review these policies and procedures, and VO has done such. So in terms of the reclassification of funds that I mentioned, since this summer, August, the 10.4, that's the far right column, these are the categories of funds that are reclassified. And the gist of this slide is that the whole section is now clearly addressed in the agreement. So this was not clearly defined in the existing agreement in terms of how these funds should be classified. They've now been reclassified and they're in the proper accounts. So the next item were the amendments that we believed were necessary in order to clarify the agreement. And section 1.2, 2.21, and 2.33 basically was amended so that meeting and convention sales, marketing, allocation, work plan funds will be determined annually, but historically any unspent funds were rolled into the next year. The amendment clarifies that these funds would continue to be allocated manually, but unspent funds would no longer roll into the next year. Instead, they would be returned to the VO General Tax Fund, but will remain in with the same restrictions unless otherwise approved by the county. It allows for these work plan funds to come from non-TDT dollars as well as TDT, and it adjusts the due dates to align with VO's calendar year budget. Section 2.1, compliance with the law and the agreement. The amendment clarifies the revenue reclassification and this is the chart that I just showed you, it requires that VO reclassify a proportionate share of any revenue generated as TDT, where TDT funds were used to pay for a portion of the expense. And it requires that VO allocate overhead expenses. Under section 2.122, the amendment revised the due date to align it with VO's calendar year versus our fiscal year, and it requires that a monthly disbursement listing, which includes a listing of any reclassified funds to the tax fund, including business development and sports incentive, as well as any transfer or reallocation from or between Visit Orlando accounts.
So the Assistant Orange County Administrator continuing to walk through some of the amendments to that agreement. You heard some of the changes outlined, some of the different things that are in place, reporting things to the Board of County Commissioners and a number of things there. We will likely hear some discussion about this once this presentation comes to an end. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. You're looking at Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings speaking right now after we just heard the conclusion of the presentation, talking about the agreement between the county and Visit Orlando. Getting ready to hear from some other members of the board as well to discuss this, and we will go ahead and listen back in.
Mr. Comptroller, if you would like to make any statements at this time, I would give you the opportunity.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that, and I think Ms. Snead did a very nice job of summarizing where we've been and where we're at, and hopefully where we're going to. The first thing I'd like to emphasize is just what a wonderful job my staff did. I think it's something overlooked, but I was getting emails from them last night, midnight. So they really did a wonderful job generally. And Wendy Kittleson, our assistant comptroller in charge of audit specifically, and Eric Gassman as well, who's not here today. And I'm very proud of the shop. I look at the work we do, not just on this audit, but what we've been doing over the years. It's a lot to be proud of, and I'm very proud of them. So here's where we are today. I think Ms. Sneed did a nice job of summarizing that. I'll just lift up a couple of points. Number one, I'm very happy that Visit Orlando agreed to reclassify those funds. Not to put too fine a point on it, but by reclassifying funds from their private accounts to public accounts means that taxpayers get transparency, they get accountability. That's what we've stood for. That's what we've promoted during the audit. And I think that is something that ultimately leads to better government. I'm also happy that there were certainly some ambiguities in that 2019 agreement. I think everybody agreed that instead of having ambiguities and disagreements over what contract provisions might mean, it's better to go ahead and have hard conversations and decide and clarify what they mean and come to agreement over that. And again, I think that's good for the taxpayers. I think it's good for good government. And I think that's something that we stand for as well as making sure that tax dollars go for things that are allowed by state law, that we make sure we stay within state law, and to make sure that tourist tax dollars are spent as well and efficiently and in a way where the county gets the most bang for its buck. As a matter of policy, the board decides what percentages and what amounts of TDT you spend on what. But I think no matter where you spend it, the money ought to be spent as well and efficiently as possible. So that brings us to today. I'm happy to entertain any questions, but before I do, I'll give a special thanks to you, Mayor. You and I had a number of conversations about this, and I think you've been a strong supporter of transparency and accountability. I appreciate that. And with that, I'll yield the floor.
Okay. And I thought it was important that the board and the public hear from the comptroller directly because there are a few things I believe that's important here, one of which we had the spirit of collaboration here to get to this point. I'm going to ask Visit Orlando and Ms. Manatee in a moment if she would like to come up and make any comments. But in order, the comptroller today talked about some of the ambiguities in the prior contracts and the various amended languages. And he did an audit, and because of that ambiguity, we found ourselves in a position where there could be a lack of clarity, there was perhaps some confusion, a disagreement about what the prior language said. We have gotten to this point today because the comptroller is the only elected auditor in the state of Florida for any local government. And so Orange County is very unique in that way, but the leadership of our county historically has said that they wanted to make certain that we were spending the people's money as it was intended to be spent. And in this audit that came forward, what he didn't find was any fraud. So far, there has been nothing unlawful that has been done, and the agreement reached today came with a lot of discussion back and forward. And because the comptroller is always going to have some audit authority of entities that Orange County contracts with, especially in this major way, I wanted to make certain that it was important to me that going forward, because he has that authority to audit, whoever succeeds him will have that authority, to avoid maybe concerns about misunderstanding of the language or disagreement over it, I wanted to make certain that we were in a position where the comptroller's voice was significantly heard as a representative of the people, but also I wanted to make certain that Visit Orlando's voice was heard, and that between county administration and the county attorney's office, that they were going to work to make sure that it complied with the wishes based on the direction given by the Board of County Commissioners and other existing laws. And I believe we have gotten to that point today. And you heard them say they were working well into the evening to get to this point. And so with that, I'm going to ask Ms. Monte from Visit Orlando if she would like to come forward and offer any comments as well.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, and thank you for allowing me to make some comments. I do want to take a moment to thank the Visit Orlando team that also worked throughout the hours and months. And as you all know, this has really been over a 2-year process. I'd like to thank our partners with the Comptroller's Office and with Orange County's legal department, the Convention Center, and of course, Lisa Sneed. Thank you very much for your day in and day out commitment to this. I want all of you to know that we approached this audit process with a spirit of collaboration, and we value and appreciate our partnership with the county. We've been working collaboratively with the county staff to clarify areas of the agreement, reach compromise and input on policies and procedures. One of the things that we often talked about is how we are one team, and I think how we're all united is that we care about this community, we care about the county, and we want to work and benefit the county, but both enhance their quality of life as well as economically benefit the community. With that, I just want to say that we welcome the open door to be able to call the comptroller's team to ask questions as they are a partner and they are an expert when it comes to these matters, and we look forward to working with all of you in the future. So thank you very much.
All right. I'm going to go to the county attorney's office. I have to applaud Whitney Evers for the work that she did, yeoman's work. This is a legally binding agreement, and I do appreciate the days, the hours that the county attorney's office put in, and I'm going to give the county attorney's office the opportunity in absentia of the county attorney himself, Jeff Newton. He's been out due to a health-related issue. But his staff is very capable staff, have carried on in his stead, and I'm going to go to the county attorney's office, Ms. Evers, or the acting county attorney, Jordana Holmes, either one of you, both of you.
I'll just say, Mayor, I'm very excited that we're here, and I think I speak for all of us when I say we're very excited to get this done and move forward. And we all worked really hard on this, and it was a great collaboration. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Holmes, anything? Nothing to add. Okay. I'll go to the county administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, has kind of shepherded this process. Wasn't easy. It's been a difficult task to get to today, but go to the county administrator. I appreciate my staff and with county administration and even Roseanne Harrington, my chief of staff, have been involved in the middle of this. I have inserted myself in the middle of it here in the nth hour to get to this point. So, Mr. Brooks?
Mayor, just simply add that I appreciate the patience of the board. And I know that through this process, we've shared some documentation. What I will say to you and convey to you is that end of day, there really are minimal in terms of the wording, the changes to the amendment. This was as much about the efforts to address the reclassification of funds. It was more so about overall ensuring compliance with the audit recommendations and what that means operationally. And so while I know for a couple of you I've asked for your understanding in terms of the language, getting that amendment, and indicated that really it was about some very minor sections that were meaningful, though, especially 2.1, and so it was important to get those right, and we appreciate your patience as we did that as well to work on those final wording, the group especially, and just commend Lisa Sneed as well for her effort and her work with Visit Orlando, with the Comptroller's Office and the County Attorney's Office. But more so, Mayor, I just again want to express my appreciation to the board for their patience, but we've gotten there, and I think that was the goal, that was the aim all along, to address those audit findings. I know there may be other matters, but what this board directed us to was address the audit findings and make those changes where necessary. And so that's what that focus has been today, and that's where we are and prepared to advance this today, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Now I'll go to the members of the board. We'll start with Commissioner Wilson. Questions or comments?
Yeah, so I want to start with a comment, just because I do think that the broader issue of TDT tax revenue, and especially this year where the legislature is laser focused on undermining a lot of the local government's essential services and our revenue sources, I know it's a broader conversation, and I think there has been a little bit of conflation in that conversation and the audit and the classification.
Talks about the Visit Orlando, some of the changes, some of the recommendations, some of the things that came out of that audit that was pretty scathing, that came out from Phil Diamond and his office, and some of the concerns that were outlined. You're now hearing some discussion among the Board of County Commissioners. So we will keep monitoring that discussion as we head toward noon. We're going to switch gears just a little bit, but we will be right back with more live streaming news coverage on the other side of this break. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you, and welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is February 10th, and that is Safer Internet Day, a day where we look at ways to make sure that the internet is a safe place for people of all ages, but taking a look today especially at kids and the youth who may spend a lot of time on the internet with games and social media platforms and just a whole world out there that brings with it a lot of concerns. If you're a parent, I'm sure you know that. And it's something that we hear a lot about in the news as well. Joining us live now to talk about this and some of the things that are being done to help try to make the internet and some of these platforms a safer place. Pleased to be joined by Eliza Jacobs, who is the Senior Director of Product Policy with Roblox. And Eliza, we appreciate you joining us on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thanks so much for having me, and happy Safer Internet Day.
Yeah, and let's start by talking about that. Just a little bit of a big picture here of why, when we're talking about a Safer Internet Day and a day like this, why this is so important, why the awareness is so important, why taking additional steps is so important in this day and age.
Yeah, so Safer Internet Day has been around for a long time, and it's a global day of action to promote safety on the internet. And, I think in this day and age, we're all concerned about our own safety, but especially our kids' safety. And so this is really a great opportunity for platforms to come forward with new ideas, new innovations to move safety forward.
And to that end, I know Roblox had some announcements today, just moments ago, actually making some announcements and some changes, some new features. What can you tell us about what Roblox is doing right now to make sure young users can stay safe on the platform?
Yes, so today we are launching our Youth Guide to the Community Standards. So our community standards are the rules of the road for Roblox, but they're kind of long and hard to read, particularly for our younger users. So we worked really closely with our teen council as well as experts in content for kids, and we wrote a set of the standards that would be understandable for kids about 9 to 12. So this is a great opportunity for parents to be able to sit down with their kids, read the language together, and talk about what it means to be safe and civil on Roblox and really everywhere on the internet. We're also announcing a partnership with the Mental Health Coalition, and we're joining their Thrive Coalition, which is a way for platforms to share mental health resources and signals across platforms, because we know kids aren't only on Roblox, they're on a lot of places, and we want to be able to share information with each other.
Let's talk about that youth guide. A lot of times these usage guidelines, these terms of service, all that thing, it's all legalese. And so I'm curious what the process was like for putting together something like this and writing this in a way that the kids can understand the rules and what's out there.
Exactly. I'm sure most adults aren't reading the community standards, but certainly the kids aren't doing it. And so we worked with some experts in youth content who have a really good sense of what is appropriate for the reading level of about 9 to 12-year-old. What are the words that we should use? How should we describe complex ideas to younger kids? And then we partnered with our teen council, as well as did a lot of research with parents and kids, and asked them, do you understand this? Is this how you would talk about this issue? What should we change? What should we update? And so we really listened to the kids that we were talking to, and we made lots of updates to this youth guide, and we're really excited about it launching. We hope that it's a conversation starter for families, so kids can go on their own and they can look at the rules so they know how to behave on Roblox, but also really an opportunity for parents and kids to sit down together and not have to define every word that they come across in the document, but really be able to open a conversation.
We also know that last fall, Roblox implemented some new safety measures that require things like age verification before you can access the chat. Now that that's been in place for a while, how does that seem to be working?
That's right. Yes, we globally rolled out the requirement to complete a facial age check before accessing communication features in January. So it's been about a month now, and it's going great. We just reported last week, 45% of our daily active users have already gone through this age check process. It's quick, easy, and privacy protecting. And we're really excited about the momentum that it's showing to provide age-appropriate experience to our users.
Well, and because that's something that to be frank, we know Roblox has been criticized about. It's a platform that we often hear about. We heard our Attorney General here in Florida again calling out Roblox yesterday. We know there's a lawsuit that the state Attorney General has filed against Roblox, saying it's a breeding ground for predators, and so we know those concerns are out there. And so, what's your message to parents who may not want to let their kids play Roblox because of these concerning things that they hear?
Yeah, even one case like that is one too many. We take it incredibly seriously and we work tirelessly every day to improve our systems and make it even more difficult for bad actors to be able to use it. And I think facial age check is a great example of that, where we're preventing cross-age communication so kids can only talk to people in their peer group. But what I say to parents, as a parent myself, I understand that all of the platforms our kids are on can be overwhelming, and there are so many settings and buttons and choices. And so I really encourage parents whose kids are on Roblox to open their own Roblox account, connect their account to their kid's account, and start using those parental controls and really let it open up a dialogue with your kid. You'll be able to control what games your kids are playing, who they can chat with, screen time, as well as spending limits. I know those are all topics of conversation in my house, and really sit down, maybe read the youth guide to the community standards, make some choices about what you want your kids' Roblox experience to be, and open up that dialogue so that if anything does happen, your kid knows that they can come to you and talk to you.
And we know that sometimes, this is a whole other world for parents who may not know about Roblox or may not know, what all it involves. And so what is your advice to them? Is it started with the youth guide? Is that a good place to start for parents?
Yeah, I think the youth guide is a great place to start, right? If it's accessible for 9 to 12-year-olds, it should be accessible to parents. It's in our safety center, roblox.com/safety center, which also has a ton of other resources for parents. It describes how facial age check works. It walks you through how to set up parental controls. But I completely understand. I often say I wish there was a universal remote for all these platforms for kids. But unfortunately, until that exists, we're really optimistic that this youth guide will help families have the conversations they need to have, and to open up those parental controls. We've really designed them to make them as easy as intuitive for parents as they can possibly be. And so we really encourage parents to open up their Roblox account, create an avatar, have some fun playing with your kid, and then set up those parental controls.
Before I let you go, I do want to talk a little bit more about the partnership with Mental Health Coalition, because we hear a lot about this younger generation especially, and some of the mental health concerns regarding, not just Roblox, but social media, all of these things that are online. Just talk about the importance of being aware of that and kind of trying to foster positive interactions, and especially when we're talking about the young kids who are, we're forming the next generation right now.
Absolutely. Yes. We take mental health on the platform very seriously, and we have partnerships across the world, really, of mental health experts. And this partnership is going to allow us to share information between platforms. We know that kids are not only on Roblox, they're on many platforms. And the more information we can gather about the signals we should be paying attention to and for when we can intervene, we have deep relationships with these nonprofits, but also with law enforcement. And if we see anything that is concerning on a mental health side of things, we can reach out to local authorities, but we need to know those signals. So we're really excited about this partnership to be able to learn more and share what we know as well with the rest of the industry.
Eliza Jacobs, Senior Director of Product Policy with Roblox. We appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us on this Safer Internet Day.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we are getting ready to go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus. But as we do so, we want to know about whether you let your kids play online video games, how much you may trust them, if you have any special guidelines or rules that you may have in place for your household. Let us know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can vote in the poll. You can also drop us a line with anything in particular as well. Just follow that QR code or go to fox35orlando.com/vote. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll leave this up for you so you can keep accessing that QR code, and we'll be right back with more in a minute. We want to know about, do you let your kids play online video games? Today is Safer Internet Day. Do you trust them? Do you have certain rules or restrictions? Do you say only if I'm in the room, maybe on special occasions, or never? Or maybe the answer is a little more nuanced than that. You can drop us a line as well by going to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can scan that QR code. You can also just let us know in the chat right now here on YouTube if you're watching that way. So a number of ways you can let us know what you think. We would love to hear from you. We are keeping an eye on that chat as well. And you can see it changing by the minute here. So let us know. Fox35orlando.com/vote. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we're having a beautiful start to the week, but I think all eyes are looking toward the weekend and the start of racing at Daytona.
It is the talk of the town. We've got the biggest event in Central Florida, well, at least one of them, all year, right? The Super Bowl of race car driving, and it may rain.
And it just always seems like we're dealing with that. And
we've had it 2 in a row, 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
This would be the 3rd in a row if it happens.
Ugh.
So you're right. That impression is not inaccurate. And in the last 67 runnings of the Daytona 500, a dozen of them have been either postponed, delayed, or shortened, where they actually shorten the race because it starts raining and they just call it a day. So that's about 20% of the races are rain impacted.
Which is crazy because this time of year, most weekends are dry.
Right, it's the dry season, right?
Right.
But February's kind of that funny time where some years it can be like a transition to a much more active period where it's not quite the rainy season, but it becomes the front season again. So here we are enjoying a beautiful run-up to the 500, but Sunday may prove to be the busiest day of the next 10 days. First off, a live view from the Evermore Resort. Just beautiful there. Oh, looks so pretty. Downtown, we've got 60s right now. We're on the way to the middle and upper 70s today. It'll go from 70 later this hour to about 78 degrees by 3 o'clock. So it's going to be a fast warm-up and a beautiful day. Our typical high this time of year is 74, so we're running about 4 degrees warmer than that. Same story in Ocala. Temperatures in the 60s at this hour, but we're going to warm up to 77 by this afternoon. Look for about 79 in Kissimmee and in Winter Haven, but it will be cooler on both the Atlantic coast as well as the Gulf Coast because the waters are actually extremely cold by our standards for this time of year. More than 10 degrees colder now than they were yesterday. I should say more than 10 degrees colder at this time than they were last year at this time. So that's really cold. For instance, it's 58 degrees off of St. Pete Beach. It's 60 off of Cape Canaveral. This is very unusual, and that has big impacts on our forecast because it can make our sea breeze more enhanced, making it cooler by the coastline. It can also enhance our sea fog production later this spring. When we start having warm, humid days, we'll see a lot more sea fog. So there are a lot of implications, and I'll show you that coming up in the forecast. But first off, back to the story of the Daytona 500. Where is our weather coming from? Well, a system in the Pacific Northwest is going to dive toward the Baja by Friday and then make its trek across the country, eventually bringing lift and instability to our region, as illustrated in that yellow circle. Now, there's a lot of distance between where it is and where it's going, and so any slight deviation in its speed or its direction can have huge implications as far as its timing goes. So even though today's Tuesday and this event is on Sunday, we're really not going to have a good bead on exactly what hour the rain will begin, probably till Thursday. So we've got a couple more days to go. The early computer model runs are suggesting that we'll see this potent system making its way eastward on Sunday, and we could see some coastal showers, including Daytona International Speedway and the I-95 corridor, anytime Sunday afternoon. But the main bulk of this will hold off until after the race is concluded, Sunday evening and Sunday night. The race starts at 2:30, it ends around 5:30 or 6, depending on the year. And if we're lucky, the rain holds off, and then the squall line associated with the system holds off until after the race is done. But there are so many what-ifs, and this could totally come through right during the middle of the race. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem. Well, the good news is there's a ton of racing between now and Sunday. For instance, tomorrow is the first one. It's the Daytona 500 qualifier. They call this Speed Weeks, plural. It's part of a multi-week thing with these different series, like the Fresh for Florida series, the doubleheader coming up on Saturday, and then finally it's all typified by this Daytona 500, the main event on Sunday. But look at that forecast. Beautiful conditions leading up to it, and then suddenly a big question mark about the race that really matters for a lot of us. That's the one where we're like, uh-oh. So yeah, there's that. All right, let's get to the 7-day forecast. We've got 78 today, 77 for tomorrow and Thursday, 78 Friday, and then up to 80 on Valentine's Day. Don't forget it's Valentine's Day. Daytona 500 is on Sunday, followed by President's Day on Monday, a federal holiday. So a long weekend for a lot of us. If only Super Bowl weekend could have been a long weekend, because I know Monday was tough yesterday to get back to work after that late game. But that said, it's a real turnaround, Garrett, compared to the weather we had early last week with that hard freeze that killed all of our tropical plants.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Heading into a different season, different feel, that's for sure. But you don't like seeing that 60% on Sunday. But like we said, it's just kind of the only day.
Right, it's the only day it happens to fall on that Sunday. But it would be pretty unusual to have 3 years in a row of rain delays. So, I mean, maybe just statistics alone would keep the rain away. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Whatever it takes to keep the rain away, that's what we want. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
As we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, let's give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando on this Tuesday afternoon. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to the Orange County Commission meeting going on right now, where members of the Board of County Commissioners are still having the chance to ask some questions and discuss the Visit Orlando agreement, some of the changes, some of the things they want to see put in place with this revised agreement, getting ready to vote on that third amendment to that agreement. Talking about that, talking about the TDT funds in Orange County. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Well, again, we were tasked with addressing the audit findings, and that's what we did. And we brought you back an agreement that resolves all of those audit findings, also reclassifies funds, even in specific areas where reclassification per the legal letter of the agreement wasn't spelled out. And we have our comptroller, who's a separate elected official, telling us that he is happy with this. So I understand, and I completely understand where you're coming from, Commissioner, and I appreciate it. But we've definitely met the task that we were asked to do here.
Lisa, with all due respect, I disagree. I have my memo that I was submitted with my concerns. Not one of them is addressed in this reclassification, and we've not been allotted that. You and I had a briefing 2.5 weeks ago where you asked me, what would you like to see in this? So we've had multiple versions of this, and this is not how transparency to the voters, to the constituents of this community, to the taxpayers deserve. That's not how we do things in this county. Yesterday when we had our briefing, I said, do we have a signed agreement? You said, no, we did not, we're working on it. Why would we bring something forward that wasn't even agreed upon for our briefings? That is not proper ways of doing government transparency.
We were trying to be transparent by updating you on the status of where we were.
At 11:13 p.m., I'm not up looking at this.
Yeah,
And so that is not transparent.
I can understand
that is not
Commissioner.
transparency.
Yes.
I'm going to be very honest. I can't support this amendment knowing that we are not given our allotted time, that those funds have we really reviewed that, and could we possibly reclassify TDT excessive funds for the arts to pay down our debt? Are we looking at every aspect as opposed to just putting it in another account? Because that's what I've been told. Basically, we're going to move the $10 million, the taxpayer money that's been reclassified, to another account. That's not being transparent with taxpayer dollars.
Commissioner, I think the distinction you're losing is these are the funds that have been allocated to TDT.
But Byron, my biggest concern is not having the appropriate time to go over this. That's the biggest one. To get an update at 11:13 p.m. and then be told to just go ahead and do that when that's not part of our job and that is not proper due notice to do this. But yet on January 13th, we were advised we should have proper due notice for this. And now that's just gone out the window. We're just going to go ahead and move forward. And I can't support that, Byron. It's not right and it's not thorough.
All right, we're going to go to Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask a number of questions that I know the answers to, and some questions that I don't or need clarification. My first question will be to the county attorney's office. How big is the county attorney's office? Like, how many attorneys do we have working staff-wise, and how many attorneys are working on the Visit Orlando agreement?
Not enough, Commissioner. I believe our total attorney count right now is I think we're around 17 right now.
17 attorneys. I think about 2 of you were working on this agreement.
No, just me.
Okay. Well, you have support staff, paralegals, and things like that to do other things.
Yes, technically.
All right. And Wendy, if you can approach. I don't know if you have the answer for this question. About how many cases or issues is the county attorney's office working on as a whole right now?
Oh, gosh. Well, cases are separate from the general section. Cases, our litigation section is handling. Do you have any idea how many right now? I honestly couldn't tell you. I will tell you this, Commissioner. Orange County employs about 8,000 people, and our Office of 17 Attorney represents all of them in some way or shape or form.
So a lot.
A lot, yeah.
Wendy, how big is the audit team?
23.
And how many of your team was working on this?
I don't know. At some point, I think my entire office was working on trying to get this done.
Okay. All right. I'm going back to Lisa now. Lisa, I understand, are there members of this board that serve on Visit Orlando's board, or how does that, what does that make a look like?
On this board, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
And anybody else?
No. We have the mayor delegates his seat to Roseanne Harrington.
But the mayor could serve on the board, but either way, the mayor, so two, in essence, technically like 2 people serve on this board, kind of, sort of, right? And I think we changed that.
Oh, and the convention center.
And we changed that to allow for more oversight, which is why Commissioner Wilson serves on the board, because I think it was, you have the highest number of hotels or something like that. That was the model that we came in. Okay. All right. I do not feel this process has been rushed. I think this thing has been on the agenda at least twice and pulled off the agenda twice. Am I correct? In the past?
Yes, we were planning to put it on the agenda at the end of November, and we reached out and said we need to have a little more time to work on this, and then we were going to reschedule it for the end of January, and we needed to reschedule it to this. So yes.
So it's been twice scheduled, twice pushed back. And in the past weeks, I mean, I can't speak for the other commissioners, but I know you've sent a number of emails, phone calls from your staff. I know I've called you for different questions or whatever, so you all have worked on this. And then in the agreement, it talks about reviews and approvals by convention center staff, county administration, and likely I would, Byron, if you and your team, leadership team, are looking at stuff, you and Lisa consider county administration, there are going to be instances where you would also circle back with the county attorney's office and the comptroller's office. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. This agreement is 8 pages. I've read it 4 times this morning, right? We in this meeting, Lisa, if I'm correct, it's actually Byron, going back to Byron. In our briefing, I talked about the board, us as commissioners, us as a collegial body being the policymakers. And I asked you specifically why there was so much weight given to the comptroller and his team and concerns. Can you share what your answer was?
Yes, so this review, these changes emanated from an audit. This was the result, this effort was the result of an audit. And much like an audit that the comptroller's office does for any of our departments, we have the responsibility to respond back to the comptroller. As you see, when we bring our the audits, they lovingly do for us as well, but we bring those back. And so just as the case in those other audits, we respond, and it's our obligation to address those audit findings or show how we comply with the audit recommendations. When they do the follow-up audits, they start with the basis of, have you complied with those recommendations that were in place as well? And so that's the reason for the comptroller's office involvement, engagement. For one, from a procedural matter, just some stuff, that's a standard process. And beyond that, and probably more important, the mayor and this board asked for the comptroller's involvement in this and asked the comptroller to actually do the numbers. And so that was the other reason is this board asked the comptroller to have his team involved in this process and do some work. And the mayor then directed us to ensure that we involve the comptroller's office in our discussions with Visit Orlando.
Okay, I got 2 more questions and a statement, and I think I'll be done. I think this would be for you, Comptroller Diamond. Have there been, you or Wendy, have there been instances where you guys put other things on hold to address this audit? I mean, I remember some conversations, but have there been instances where you guys put certain things on hold or delayed other audits that you're performing to focus on this Visit Orlando audit?
I can handle that question.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
Okay. And when does this agreement expire, Lisa?
2028 with a default for 4 additional years. So September of 2028.
So it expires in September of 2028. I would imagine sometime next year we would have discussions before moving forward with renewal.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so here's where I'm at. We talk about as a board and as individual commissioners that we are thankful of our staff. We are grateful for what they do. We have all these different professionals, some of these professionals who've done this work longer than we've been commissioners or mayor. And so for me, like, there are so many layers of oversight in this agreement that have been added. The county administrator, the county attorney, the comptroller's office, and a number of staff in between. And Commissioner, you guys are valid. We did get that agreement late last night at 11 o'clock. You know, I'm not discounting that. But that was one of many versions, and I think you all have received multiple emails. But I guess what I'm getting at is our role is to lead, to set policy, to advocate, to fight for the public dollar, but it's also to trust the teams, not just our internal teams in our office, but these staff, these professionals who've gone to school for a number of years, who have years of expertise. And so who are we to just say, oh, I don't think you did a good job? I trust the comptroller's office and the team. I trust the county attorney's office. I trust county administration. I trust, these folks are working, and we've been at this for months. And we have so many other issues, and I would say ICE is probably a more pressing issue. And so if we're going to now focus on, okay, is it in this account or that account or whatever, and they're asking to file the lawsuit, what resources do we have if we're focused so much on this that we can address at a later period of time when the contract comes to its natural end or through something, because there are still things that you are working through. And so I guess what I'm saying is I understand that you have reservations. I really do, and I'm not discounting that in any way. But there are opportunities to address those reservations through the renewal or not renewal of the contract or revision. There are other ways to address those than to hold this process up, knowing that we have not just ICE, but so many things that are kind of on the fryer that are to be coming. Like, there's so many things that we're going to have to address between now and the end of this fiscal year. And I'm not even talking about the budget and what could potentially come down from Tallahassee. And so what I'm saying is this I'm comfortable with this amendment. I've seen different versions, and yes, it did come to us late last night, but it wasn't our first time seeing it. Everything, I think how the language is anything that's new is underlined, anything that's taken out is strike through. And I mean, one day I think you sent 2 agreements one day and then sent it another day. Like, it was like a play-by-play football game. And so I don't want the public to think that they're just doing things in the middle of the night and they're not at least making an effort to keep us abreast. But I go back to what I just said before. What is the point in praising experts for their work, only to tell them, I don't think you did a job, I don't trust you, I want more time? Like, it can't be both. Either you trust them or you don't. Either they did a good job or they didn't. And I think they did a damn good job. Forgive my French. Because they've gone over and above to talk to us, and not just in business hours. Again, I'm speaking from my experience with the county staff relative to not just this issue, but all issues. So I'm good with this agreement. I'm ready to close this chapter because we have chapters that are open and many more other chapters to open on so many other issues. And so, Commissioners, you were right. We did get this late last night, but this wasn't our first time seeing this agreement. And like I said, I've read through this thing 4 times. It's 8 pages, and it highlights what the changes are. But I trust our teams. I mean, we have our direct teams and then we have our indirect teams. They are an extension of us. They work for us. And I think that they're going to advocate for our best interests based on the direction that we've given them. And we gave them direction to work with the comptroller's office, the county attorney's office, and they did for months. And this is what they brought back. So that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor.
Conversation about Visit Orlando continuing right now in Orange County. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
And millions.
Tracking breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. The Sumter County Sheriff's Office saying that they have a law enforcement presence in the area of Yucatan Way, which is in the Villages. They said there is a complaint that was reported after someone appears to have found some sort of explosive devices. So they're saying out of an abundance of caution, homes in that area are being evacuated while items are being safely removed from the home where those devices were found. We don't have any other details right now, no update on when that area might be cleared, but we are monitoring that again after explosive devices found in the villages and a number of evacuations while those are being taken care of. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us here on this Tuesday afternoon. I want to let you know that we are awaiting a White House press briefing in the 1 o'clock hour that we will bring to you live when that does begin. But right now, I want to get you to Tallahassee, where a state Senate committee, this is the Senate Regulated Industries Committee, taking up a bill, Senate Bill 1580, that would update the state's illegal gambling laws, would create some stiffer penalties for a number of things, and also create some new charges, including one that would be trafficking in slot machines for illegal slot machines in the state. Let's go ahead and listen in as Senator Martin, Jonathan Martin, go ahead and describes his bill.
Creating stronger consequences for continuing illegal operations. The bill authorizes proper destruction of seized illegal machines and strengthens enforcement tools for the Commission and law enforcement. It provides regulatory clarity, allowing veterans organizations to seek legal determinations, preempts gaming regulation to the state, and creates a voluntary surrender program for illegal devices. A targeted administrative fix improves staffing flexibility for the Gaming Commission. The goal is to protect communities, uphold legal gaming integrity, and stop bad actors who profit from illegal operations. That is the bill.
All right, members, are there questions on the bill before we go to the amendment? Seeing no questions, we will take up a late filed amendment, barcode 178928 by Senator Martin. You're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment removes the fantasy sports provision from the bill.
Are there questions on the amendment? And there are no appearance forms on the amendment. Any debate? Senator Martin, you're recognized to close on the amendment.
I'll waive.
All in favor say yay. Yay. Any opposed? The amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill as amended. Are there questions on the bill as amended?
A quick one, Madam Chair.
Yep, Senator Pizzo.
Thanks. Would you be amenable, and serendipitously, we have Florida Gaming here today. I don't want to piss off the VFW. Can we just come up with a consensus list of machines, types, games, whatever, to be accepted or excluded from being captured or defined as or included in the four corners of what we're trying to get at here? I get a strong indication that they're willing to come forward and say, we have this, we have this, and we have this. Are we okay to have it? Because there seems to be a big gray area. I would imagine that you're amenable to that if we can get everyone together.
Thank you. So there is a provision that you and I worked on the floor 2 years ago that basically did something that doesn't exist in criminal law here in the state of Florida, which allows the veterans organizations to contact the Gaming Commission and come in on a case-by-case basis, say, this machine is legal, this machine is not legal, give them the ability. It's almost like giving somebody who's dealing drugs the ability to come in and say, hey, are these drugs legal or are these drugs illegal, and then not charge them for possession of illegal drugs. We're doing that with the veterans because we understand it's a really important issue, and we want to make sure that veterans are not being prosecuted for doing something that they've done for a while. But there is a compact out there. It's negotiated with the state of Florida, the Seminole Tribe, and so our goal is to make sure that they're getting what they're paying for, we're getting the benefits of the compact, but also that we don't have innocent third parties that are caught in the middle.
Gotcha. I think actually, Madam Chair, New Haven tried an experiment where they actually tested cocaine for fentanyl and then gave it back to you. Yeah, very strange, but thank you for that.
Any additional questions on the bill? All right, we do have some appearance forms. We'll start with Steve Smith, waving in support. Steve, thank you for being here. Ron Cave, the undersheriff at Leon County Sheriff's Office, is also waving in support. Barney Bishop, Florida Smart Justice Alliance, waving in support. Executive Director Alana Zimmer is speaking for. Good afternoon, you're recognized.
Speak.
Yep, there you go.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here and allowing me to speak today. I just wanted to briefly take this opportunity to support SB 1580. And just want to let you know, the bill is really not about increasing law enforcement for its own sake. It's about restoring a level of consumer protection, For deterrence, it was reduced in 2019 when Florida downgraded the penalty for operating an illegal gambling house from a felony to a misdemeanor. This means the offender has gone from facing up to 15 years in prison to only 6 months and a $15,000 fine to only $500. Since that change, the Commission's seen a significant increase in illegal, unregulated gambling activity across the state. These operations exist entirely outside of consumer safeguards. Floridians who patronize them have no protection against fraud, manipulation, or other criminal activity that often accompanies these underground casinos. The reduced penalties have made these businesses easier for organized operators to sustain, while the risks are shifted to the consumers in surrounding communities. The Florida Gaming Control Commission was created to protect consumers through both regulation and enforcement. Our agents routinely encounter illegal gambling establishments that have seized thousands of unregulated machines, millions of dollars in untaxed proceeds, and brought cases involving organized criminal activity. SB 1580 takes a measured approach by elevating certain offenses in Chapter 849 and clarifying the law. It provides the Commission with appropriate tools to deter illegal operators, give clear guidance to the public, and protect Floridians. We respectfully ask for your consideration of SB 1580 as a practical step towards strengthening consumer protections and reinforcing the integrity of Florida's gaming laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Pizzo, you're recognized for a question.
Thanks. Sometimes the legislature asks or proposes things that are just, people don't have the capacity or the ability to do so. Do you think that the Commission is equipped to be able to handle the scenario that I proposed to Senator Martin?
To take on those deck statements, yes, I do think we're equipped to do that. The agency, as you've known, the Commission has grown quite a bit since its inception, and we've been able to manage that through good operations and honestly good personnel throughout. So as we've grown, we've been able to handle that. And we've also asked in the LBR that we have 2 more stations this year that we hope to get approved, and so that would set up 2 more stations, both in the Jacksonville area and in the Southwest Tampa area, to help with those increased penalties.
Quick follow-up.
Follow-up?
And I'm not going to have you answer or commit to a specific amount of time, but can I ask you, after today's meeting, but before this comes to the floor, that you ask around with your team and come up with an amount of time you think is reasonable for someone submitting a request to get an answer back?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yeah, and the bill currently has a 60-day for the deck statement. Is that the underlying, the bill before us today?
Yes, it's 60 days after all the information's been gathered on what's required.
Yes.
Thanks. And to the 60 days, I get it, but we've had some situations with government-run programs and systems where it's, the 60 days starts when you're complete. And I remember this from unemployment. You never got to the position where you could be actually fully applied for something, right? So perhaps we need to talk about what that checklist, that objective checklist is for the clock to start ticking on the 60 days.
I completely agree.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next, we have Stuart Scott with the American Legion speaking for information. Mr. Scott,
good afternoon. Thank you. Well, Stuart Scott, American Legion. What I just heard, thank you. Yes, we are working with the bill sponsor on some great clarification, to the point where he actually has another bill up that would help us clarify that. Good, solid language would bring this entire thing into a landing, and it would absolutely help the Gaming Commission help on that declaratory statement to say, yes, this, not an expansion of gaming, a simple clarification to what pull-tab bingo looks like. Bingo is all we're talking about. We're not asking to be a casino house where nefarious drugs are run. We're not looking to be that underground entity that they just spoke about. We're simply your veteran service organization that provides money back into the community. We don't ship it out of state. We don't put it underneath the mattress. It goes directly back into the community through different types of engagements, through scholarships, providing boys state, girls state delegates that sit in these very rooms during their civic week. These are things that we do. And I just ask that we have a fair opportunity when we bring a declaratory statement to the Gaming Commission, that it's met with good faith. With that, we would be behind all of this legislation as it stands now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sean Golder with VFW Department of Florida, speaking for information. Welcome. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Sean Golder with Veterans of Foreign Wars, Department of Florida. Well, we've spoken on this many times. We understand the essence and support the essence of this bill. However, it does not form the clarity that we would request to continue our actions. We appreciate the current language, providing VSOs a pathway, and believe with some additional language, we'll be able to bring clarity to this matter, specific to the petition, as well as to any appeal process that may apply. I thank you for your continued support. Look forward to continuing to work with the sponsor of this bill and with members of the committee. Thank you for supporting your veterans.
All right, next is Jonathan Zockham, Amusement Machine Association of Florida, speaking against.
I think I did that backwards, sorry. Yes, Jonathan Zockham for the Amusement Machine Association of Florida, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. There's a lot of good things that are in this bill. When we're speaking against, it's the completed product that we're not quite at. We love the idea, and we appreciate Senator Martin's hard work that's been on this from year 1, 2, and now 3 that we've had a bill or similar to this that we've had before committees. We just want to point out a couple things that we think need to be tweaked a little bit in order to really get what I think the intention is. And the idea is for not a new game to be approved, but clarity as far as where the line is. Sometimes you hear the term gray market game. There shouldn't be a gray market game. It should be legal or illegal. That's really where the line needs to be. And in establishing this, we have seen some parts that we love the idea of an approval process. And thank you, Senator Pizzo, for mentioning some clarity as far as what's going to be asked for, because we do have some worries as far as what is the completed product that you end up starting a time frame. Being able to have some clarity there would be very helpful. We also saw that, again, and I still don't know what parts thereof is supposed to be when you look at lines 16, 13. It's an existing statute, and I know that there was an attempt to try and clarify, but I've spoken before about that term and how it can be interpreted in a negative perspective. Now it seems the definition we've had put forward confirms all those negatives. It actually goes farther than to even say the machine itself, but things associated with the machine. And I'd also point out that it doesn't just say slot machine, it says or device. So you're not just talking about slot machines, you're talking about gaming devices too. So think in your mind everything that you might see at a slot machine for a bill dispenser, for a screen, for a case, every one of those we're making into felonies without some clarification. I get that there are some tweaks that need to happen there, but that you could have a situation where a VFW ends up having a game approved, go through the process, they now end up having something before you, but they still can end up getting arrested for having part of a gaming device because those machines could be cousin to each other. Not because it's a guilty device, but because you've got the same screen or buttons or bill dispensers or things like that. I know that's not the intention of this bill, and we've spoken to the senator about that. We also know that's not his intention either, but that has to be fixed before it goes into law. We also saw, I believe it's right around line 590 in the approval process, there's mention of a state testing lab that would review this. That's probably a step that's not needed. If you're talking about an approval process, there are only a few testing labs in the entire country that are accredited testing labs. You can simply make the requirement that you have an accredited testing lab. Put the burden on us. We have no problem doing it. We'll go get a certification report with whatever questions you have that the Gaming Commission can supply to us. We'll take the financial responsibility to it and the time to get the testing lab that's accredited to bring the document forward to you. And instead of having a state-approved testing lab, which would make more time and more money go into it, you can have all the answers on the front end. And one more thing that Senator Pizzo said, and then I promise I'll stop. He mentioned some idea.
No, if you're quoting me, you don't have to. You can go on all day. It's fine.
Okay, fantastic. We'll be here all afternoon. No, sir. Well, you asked the question as far as some of the games being approved, and I'm going to do a poor job of paraphrasing. But as far as the games that are approved, some process to end up making sure how the games are reviewed afterwards. We would even support going as far as to have a registration process, to say that it's gone through a testing that the commission is satisfied with, and it's going to be located in place XYZ with a document that shows what it is. We'd be fine with that. Again, this does not allow for something that is illegal today to be legal. We can't do that. This is simply drawing the line and stating where things that have been vetted and determined to be legal.
That's the debate continuing right now in Tallahassee, but I want to get you to some breaking news. FBI Director Kash Patel just tweeting out new images in the search for Nancy Guthrie. What I'm going to do first, because of how I have this pulled up on the webpage, we're just going to read the tweet together first, and then we will take a look at those photos together. It says, over the last 8 days, the FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Department have been working closely with our private sector partners to continue to recover any images or video footage from Nancy Guthrie's home that may have been lost, corrupted, or inaccessible due to a variety of factors, including the removal of recording devices. The video was recovered from residual data located in back-end systems. Working with our partners, as of this morning, law enforcement has uncovered these previously inaccessible new images showing an armed individual appearing to have tampered with the camera at Nancy Guthrie's front door the morning of her disappearance. They're asking for anyone with information to contact 1-800-CALL-FBI or visit tips.fbi.gov. And here are those images that the FBI director has just posted on social media. Again, you can see this from a camera that appears to be at the front door of the home, Nancy Guthrie's home in Tucson, Arizona. You see someone standing there with their face covered in a mask, see gloves on their hand, carrying a backpack, it appears. You can see this other image showing a little bit of a closer look at that person's face. I can't exactly tell what they're holding in their hand. It looks like I see some plants or something else that you see in that image. This one, where you can really see their hand and the glove on their hand. Their hand is covered, it appears, and you still see the person with the mask on there, and then another slightly different angle as well. And again, this is from one of those cameras. We heard from one of those very early briefings from the Pima County Sheriff's Department talking about the camera, the doorbell camera that they were unable to get video from. The FBI working hard on that over the past week or so, is saying that video was recovered from residual data that was located in back-end systems. So new images in the search for Nancy Guthrie, a big development in this case. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We have much more coverage on this coming up in just a little bit, but we will continue to monitor these developments right now. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox News Plus. We are continuing to track breaking news right now as we continue to take a look at these new images in the search for Nancy Guthrie that the FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Office were able to get after working on those cameras that previously were unable to get any video from, but they were able to get them. They said they worked with some partners in the private sector to recover those images where you can see someone in a mask that was at the front door in a mask, wearing gloves, wearing a jacket, and this has, I'm trying to get the wording here, an armed individual. They do say this person was armed. This person in these videos has not been called a suspect. We previously heard the wording was a subject, but it does appear that this person is a suspect, an armed individual, appearing to have tampered with that camera the morning of the disappearance. We don't know, don't see a time stamp on these. We don't know what time this may have been, but you can see the fist right there in front of the camera. Unclear if that's how they were able to tamper with that camera, if they just hit it or not. We don't know. But you can see some of those images there. We are going to be speaking soon with one of our law enforcement experts about that. And so we will have more on that coming up in just a little bit here on Fox 35 News Plus, and then also be following up on that on Florida Live. So we are tracking that investigation. Let me also give you a live look right now at the White House, where we are awaiting a briefing from Caroline Leavitt, who is going to be speaking to reporters any minute now about her weekly briefing of the White House press corps. And so we are standing by for that, and we'll plan on bringing that to you when that begins. So a lot of things that we are kind of gearing up for here. In just the next few minutes, we are going to step aside and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Continuing to keep an eye on these developments with the release of the suspect photos in the case of Nancy Guthrie. Let me give you a look at those photos right now. You can see those released from the FBI Director Kash Patel just moments ago, and we are tracking that investigation. Those images showing a masked suspect outside the home of Nancy Guthrie in her home in Tucson early the morning of her disappearance. We are going to bring in one of our law enforcement experts here, Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, who joins us live now via Zoom. And Jamie, obviously big developments in this case, as we have talked about before, kind of waiting for some sort of images. We didn't think there was anything to be salvaged from that front door, the doorbell camera, but here we are. Those new images just released. What do you make of what we see in these surveillance images?
Grim. If you look at the eyes of this suspect, he's wearing a full mask. You could see his two eyeballs with that night vision ring door camera, right? So pretty good images in terms of his physical stature. That's the first thing that stands out. FBI is going to be able to run that through a profile program and determine approximately how tall, right down almost to the centimeter, and of course the weight. There's not a lot to go on in terms of hair color and imagery in terms of his face, but they certainly have a lot to work on in terms of height, weight, and possibly ethnicity.
It's we had talked before about the video, and we had heard from the sheriff saying they didn't think they were going to be able to recover it. The FBI says they've been working with some of their private sector partners to basically go in on the back end and get this. I would say at this point that shows us how important that video is to this investigation, that all of that work went into being able to pull these images.
Yeah, we spoke about it on your newscast. Once that FBI data collection team arrived from Quantico on the ground there in Tucson, they started working immediately. And I can assure you they worked around the clock with Apple, Google, and all the big players in terms of cloud-based storage. The saving grace of this, I would suggest to you, Garrett, they also have video, and we're only getting the screenshots from that video. So if in fact they have video of this suspect on the patio of Nancy Guthrie's house, that's going to give a lot more clues. His mannerism, how he was walking, his gait, etc. And all of that certainly can be compounded with that investigation to help identify the suspect and bring him to custody.
It's I know you said it very grim when you see this. What comes to mind when you look at how this suspect is dressed in these images? What do you learn, or what can we learn from kind of seeing that?
He's very astute. I have to give him credit. He wore a full mask. You can see his eyeballs and part of the mouth or nose area. The interesting part about that is you can't see anything else. He's wearing a zippered up type of sweater garment over his upper body that's zipped up past his neckline. So, you can't even get a really and truly read on this picture as to if he's white, black, or other. So, he certainly geared up and was prepared for this kidnapping or home invasion, whichever it may turn out. But more importantly, he wore gloves. So, we've heard a lot of talking heads and a lot of speculation on touch DNA. I don't know how that's going to apply with him having his hands gloved, but keep in mind, he had to don or put on those gloves. So there's going to be some DNA on the exterior part of those gloves that hopefully he's touched something, brushed up against something that they can possibly get some type of touch DNA from the suspect.
Now that these images are released, we just talked about how the investigators had to go about getting them. Is there additional technology that can do some further analysis on this suspect and try to learn more about them, despite so little being able to be seen underneath the mask and the gloves and the jacket and everything that this person has on?
Of course, I keep referring and going back and bookmarking the Brown University case that we just all witnessed and played out, right? FBI was able to take those still photos and run it through several programs and software elements that sort of give them an ethnicity, if you will. It certainly give the height and weight within centimeters away. So that wasn't guessed. It was done by software. And like I said, you're going to take that video, if in fact I think they have video, they're going to be able to get the gait, get the stride that could learn more about this suspect. There's also, I know there's software out there that can look at probably inside that, the round holes of his eyes, and they're going to be able to tell, in my opinion, the ethnicity of this person, whether he's white, black, or other. So that's all beneficial to the investigation. If I may point out, we don't know what else law enforcement is holding that's not being released to the public. So this imagery could certainly match up with some of the leads and tips they're getting. And it's my understanding, Garrett, they're getting 55 to 60,000 tips a day in this case.
And still asking for more help, still asking for people to call if they recognize these. We've seen the billboards go up across the country. So a lot of attention, a lot of eyes on this case, and still a lot of questions and a lot of things that investigators are asking for people to come forward if they do know anything. One of the things that I noticed, Jamie, and no timestamps on this video, no time window that investigators are releasing with this. Is that an intentional omission that they don't want to tell that time, or what do you make of that, if anything?
Absolutely. I mean, let's go back to the one ransom letter that was debunked and turned out to be fraudulent, right? So you want to release enough of this image for the people's attention, but you don't want to give certain timestamps and certain elements of that picture away, because you do have people calling in bogus tips. You do have people trying to cash in on just good old-fashioned greed. So they want to release just enough of an image of a suspect or a person of interest to capture and garner the people's views, so they can talk about that picture to see if they know who possibly this is. But you don't want to give up timestamps and certain trade craft that someone greedy could cash in on. So that's my opinion, and I think they're doing a wonderful job with that. Just yesterday, people were complaining, okay, the sheriff is not doing his job. He's at a basketball game. Well, in fact, they had a picture of an image of a person of interest at the patio of Nancy Guthrie's home. So they're certainly on top of that. And I have 100% confidence in the FBI data collection team and their resources. So I think the case will be solved shortly.
Yeah, what does this do now to the investigation? Because, like you said, we've heard a lot of criticism. We've heard a lot of people saying, expressing their concerns about all of this and where things stand right now, because it seemed like there really wasn't any progress being made. At least, nothing said publicly. The sheriff's office had said, anytime there's a significant development, they would hold a briefing, and there hadn't been any updates, hadn't been much coming out of this. So what does this do now to an investigation, now that you do have these images and now that you do have them public as well?
I mean, this has garnered international attention. So we know that right here in the homeland of the United States, this case is trending and has been trending for 9 days. So the image of this person of interest is going to pique the people's interest, if you will. And believe it or not, just going back to the Brown University case, people said, I know those eyes, right? We heard the aftertakes of that case once it was solved. So, certainly it doesn't look like a lot in terms of a photo of a person, but there's some characteristics about this photo that if you know that person, you're like, wait a minute, that kind of looks like this person, right? So what you want to do is give enough out to the public to generate more talk. And more importantly, you want to generate more tips, and legitimate tips at that. So kudos to the sheriff's office for doing this. You can be critical how long they had it, why haven't they released it sooner? We just don't know the inner workings of that case, Garrett, and we must be patient and let the investigators work through this case and giving us bits and tips as they go. But I do think I have 100% confidence in the FBI, and I think they're doing everything possible to not only identify the suspect, but to return Nancy Guthrie in whatever state she may be in.
Jamie, I don't want to interrupt you here, but we did just get surveillance videos that the FBI director shared on social media as well. We're working on downloading those, but I can pull them up for you just straight from the web page here, and that shows us a little bit more on some of that video, like you were saying. Just kind of walk me through here. We'll cycle through this video again so that you can see the full clip. It's two different clips. One is, I think, 24 seconds. One's about 14 seconds. And just give me your take as an investigator now that we have not just the still images, but the video of what we're seeing here and what you make of that and how this could help the investigation.
I mean, you've seen the suspect walk up to that ring door camera, and they walked away, then he came back. So that's going to suggest to me and telegraph that, he was definitely aware of that camera on that the front porch of that house. Oddly enough and interesting enough, he is wearing a backpack. There've been a lot of speculation. It was a home invasion. But nevertheless, whatever the case or the motive is, this person of interest or suspect certainly was geared up and ready to go. As you see that, is he getting ready to smash out that camera with his hand that's up next to the lens? So, did he chicken out at first? Did he kind of have remorse on going up and picking out that house because of the ring door camera? Because he certainly, in my opinion, he knew the camera was there. This pretty much tells me this was a targeted attack because of the way he dressed. The backpack is very interesting. What's in the backpack? Was it empty? Or did he have tape, flex cuffs, and other items that could subdue Nancy Guthrie?
And in that other video as well, you can see very clearly, it appears that he has a gun right there at the very front of his person. This one is interesting to me, Jamie. Do we have any idea what's going on in this video?
I mean, he's right against the lens of that camera. I mean, he's blocking out everything, so you can kind of see a little bit. That definitely looks like some type of foliage or plants that he has in his left hand. Don't know why he's doing that, but if you do recall, going back on those crime scene photos where the blood splatter was released on that front patio, there is, in fact, flowers that are on top of that blood splatter, right? So this could certainly explain how the flowers and the foliage got on top of the blood. My better guess is, I don't know why he just doesn't smash out the camera, which was the end result, but it looks like he's manipulating something to try to maybe cover up the lens so the camera can't see outside of that house, would be what my suggestion would be with those leaves or plants.
And as we go back now to the still images, and you can see the freeze frames of some of those things that we saw in the video there. And like you said, it seems as if he was prepared and knew that camera was there all along to begin with. Obviously very covered up in this. And what does that tell you about maybe their knowledge of the property, their knowledge of the area, that they were, it appears, so prepared?
We want to stay on point and factual, Garrett, on your newscast. But, there's speculation that if you listen to some of the residents, there were a couple suspicious cars in the area leading up to the day that Nancy Guthrie was abducted. There were talk of a white van and a couple other cars. Unconfirmed, only the neighbors saying that. But what that tells me, he certainly, in my opinion, targeted Nancy Guthrie's home. We don't know the motive, whether it was robbery or other, right? But he was certainly aware of that camera just due to the video and the actions. I mean, you see it for yourself that he went straight to the camera. The other thing is, I think it was well planned, whatever the motive was, because the way he was dressed. That would telegraph to me that he knew the camera was there, qualifying once again, he had knowledge. So, if you're targeting a person, you're going to go out and do some surveillance on that person. You're going to do drive-bys. You may park in the area at that time that you're planning the attack to see how much foot traffic or vehicle traffic is in the area to prevent from being detected on this abduction. So I think the video is really telling in terms of the preparation that went into this, and he certainly dressed the part, right? Look at those gloves. I mean, they're huge, thick gloves, which is going to prevent any DNA coming directly from his hands or finger in that house. So well prepared. I think it's well organized. And after seeing this video, I'm going to suggest it was a absolute targeted attack against Nancy Guthrie. We just don't know the motive.
Yeah, and to that end, Jamie, we have heard, with the deadlines coming and going, with, the The FBI is saying that officials are not aware of ongoing communication between the Guthrie family and whoever the suspected kidnappers were who sent those ransom letters. There had been a lot of discussion, especially over the last 24 hours, over whether those ransom letters, were from whoever may have been actually involved in this. And so, like you said, a lot of question about the motive, whether this was believed to be a kidnapping or a burglary. And the videos, these images, does that do anything to kind of make investigators think one way or another based on just what you're seeing here?
I mean, that would almost solidify the ransom letters and the complexity of this case, the lack of communication that we know. And keep in mind, let me preface it, we don't know, obviously, what law enforcement knows, but speculating, right? Going off a little bit of experience. But it certainly concerns me in terms of, I'm really starting to believe the ransom letters were legit, but it also could be a red herring. We just don't know. If I can give you an example and just purely speculating, if this was a home invasion and a robbery going awry, meaning Nancy Guthrie was disturbed in her sleep and she ended up, it didn't end well with her during that home invasion, it's a stretch, but the suspect could concoct this ransom letter and send it to the news media outlets like we've seen play out just to try to cover it up and make it look like it's something other than a home invasion. That we just don't know. But I will tell you, they are, as we speak, going down the past crimes in the area. They're trying to look for any crime that occurred with similar motives in terms of dress, preparing. Did they have any other sightings of anyone dressed like that in any past crimes? So they're going to try to match up and connect the dots on any previous home invasions or robberies to try to clear those people out, or that manner of why she was taken. We just don't know the motive.
And like you said, they're going to be able to do some things to give us a little bit of a better description as well, including things like a height and seeing the video of them walking, and some things that might help narrow down a description as well for people who may be watching this and trying to see if they may be able to identify who this may be.
Yeah, and if I may point out something, Garrett, I mean, we're going to hear criticism and speculation and questions. Why is this just released today? It's just, of my opinion, the magnitude of this case. You have a 80-some-year-old woman missing that was taken from her home. I can assure you, it's my opinion, that if they had this imagery and video days before they released it today, they would have released it. So I would suggest they're just getting this together, probably yesterday or late evening, and they're releasing it as soon as possible. So, we all like to sit back and Monday morning quarterback, but I think it was just newly informed information that they gathered. So kind of put that to rest, right? There's a lot of conspiracy stuff. But in terms of this video, I think it's an absolute home run. It gives them an additional clue or clues as to who this person may be. And, they're going to go through past booking records. They're going to go through social media. They're going to go through every piece of data and try to match up what they know on this video of the suspect to any of those other photos that they may have on file.
So if the person is out there seeing this, do you think they're now seeing the walls beginning to close in on them if they thought they had gotten away with this?
Yeah, I mean, put yourself in the position, and this is why I like to ask the question. You're the bad guy. You're going to go abduct a woman out of her home, and you've got to conceal yourself. You don't want to be detected, right? So absolutely. I mean, the pressure's on the bad guy. The walls, in my opinion, are definitely closing in. And, his image was just now blasted throughout the world, not just the U.S. It's an international case now. Everyone's glued to the TV, right? So you would have to be like, okay, is today the day I'm going to get caught? So, luckily, and I've said this my whole career, Garrett, most of these crooks are not rocket scientists. They always mess up somewhere and make mistakes. So, let's hope they have some type of DNA or touch DNA evidence left behind by the bad guy in the house. And hopefully we'll get some results on those lab examinations from Quantico and the FBI lab. So I think they have a lot more to go on than what we think.
Yeah, and the Fox News reporting today that some of the hired help around the house have been asked to submit DNA samples, including the landscaper, the pool cleaner, And so it seems that investigators are still doing some of that. For all the talk of the technology, still doing some things like DNA swabs for on the ground police and investigative work.
Yeah, I mean, we have a term in the business, and we've all seen this on the movies and news. It's a who done it, right? We don't know the identity of the person that we're seeing this video of. As an investigator, you want to, as quickly as possible, clear any family. You want to clear any friends, and you certainly want to clear any providers, whether it's healthcare, yard maintenance, the pool guy. So you want to go after those people first and eliminate them from the circle, right? You want to clear their names as much as you can. I'm going to suggest that potentially polygraphs may have been utilized in addition to collecting DNA swabs from all the above, because you want to clear that immediate family, friends, and workers first, and then you start working outside of that family unit or family circle, looking for unsubs. So I think all the above has and is going on. And it's just a matter of eliminating certain people so you can get on the right track to identify the person responsible for this.
Now, the Pima County Sheriff's Office says, and I'm pulling up the tweet here, that there are still no press briefings planned. They're not doing one-on-one interviews right now. If and when a press conference is scheduled, they will announce that. So still, not many new details coming out other than this video right now. Now that this is out, do you expect us to maybe get another briefing from investigators soon, or do you think they're going to let this kind of speak for itself for a little bit and kind of see what comes from this before they decide to release any additional information if they have other things?
I do. And as we recall, going back to last Friday, the sheriff came out and said there will be no press briefings over the weekend. They held to that, right? I think at this point, they're trying to put some more pressure on the bad guy or the suspect. The least amount of press conferences law enforcement holds, the least amount of information the bad guy will know what they know, right? Because you always have that reporter doing their job, asking that hard question. And we all have seen that. You'll ask law enforcement a question and they're like, we can't answer that, right? That tells me they know the answer. They're not allowed to say. So I think it's by design. They're not coming out and getting behind a microphone, announcing this in person at a press conference. And I think it was a very good tactic to release it the way they did without the sheriff or anyone standing back behind a press conference trying to answer questions that they're not going to answer. So, no news is good news to most of us, right? But if you're a bad guy, no news is bad news because you really can't telegraph and predict what the police know. So I think it was brilliant not holding a press conference at this point.
So last thing here before we let you go, Jamie, just what do you think happens now that this video is released? I know you said you're encouraged by this. Where do you think things go from here?
I can assure you that 1-800-CALL-FBI tip line is lit up like a Christmas tree right now. You're going to have people that are glued to this case that sees this image and video now that's released by law enforcement. I like to ask the question, Garrett. If you were dressed like that and you went to a ring door camera and your family saw this masked guy, they're going to kind of say, well, wait a minute, that looks like Garrett, right? That's the same height, same weight. And that's exactly how these tips come in. It looks like it could be this guy. It looks like it could be this person. So, I encourage people, if you have anything speculative, call the tip line, report what you think, because, we're not all police. We're not all law enforcement. Let the professionals either clear or not clear your tip. But, the tip line is lit up. They're going to start, in my opinion, they're going to start looking at different names that tip line is generating as possible persons belonging to this image. And I only think it goes up from here in terms of confidence. What I will say, I think this release of this image and video today certainly may give a lot of people that have been critical of this case some more confidence in terms of not only the sheriff, but the FBI. And so we don't get a lot of those conspiracy theories floating on the internet.
Jamie, what does that process look like as those names come in and as investigators start to chase down those leads and try to look into, who this person might be? What does that process look like, and how do you avoid doing some of that legwork and checking them out without tipping your hand too much too soon?
here's a caveat to that. You can't ignore any tip unless it's just, the aliens landed in a flying saucer and took her, right? That's just crazy. But you cannot just toss aside certain tips. You have to vet those tips out. So you're going to have an amazing crew at FBI vetting those tips out, and they're going to be funneling those tips to field agents in whatever area those tips are related to. And here's the deal. If Mike or Joe calls in and says, hey, look, this possibly may be Mike or Sam, they're going to send a field agent or law enforcement over to that residence. They're going to maybe do some research prior to getting there, but eventually they're going to knock on the door and either eliminate or add that individual as a person of interest based on the imagery and the tips. So good old-fashioned police work, Garrett. You've got to go out, be in the field, knocking on doors, and following up proactively on all these tips. And Garrett, I'm hearing there's a lot of tips coming in, which is good in this case.
And how much has been going on in the background to kind of build a profile for someone like this based on the information that they do have?
I had an opportunity to visit with the behavioral unit at Quantico at one point in my career, and I was just mesmerized by those folks that run that unit. They're going to build up a quick profile on what they know thus far, but more importantly, this new video, the mannerism, the gait, how that person's acting, that goes part in the profile as well. And then behind the scenes, you have a lot of analysts that are analyzing all of the above, and they're going back and trying to find out, in the past cases, do we have anything similar? Do we have anything alike? Do we have any same clothing items that we're seeing in this video on any other abductions, home invasions, or robberies? So all of the above, it's tireless work. Unfortunately, those analysts never get noticed, right? But just imagine an army of analysts in the background working tirelessly. And it's my hearing, I'm hearing they're working 18, 19 hours a day on this case. So it's all hands on deck. And, I salute the men and women that are analysts digging through this stuff, trying to give the field agents more clues.
Well, this is it seems like the big break that we've been waiting on, and certainly a lucky break in some ways because of the thought that there was not going to be a video. So certainly it has to be a big relief for investigators to be able to have this at this point.
Yeah, and like I said, I think it's a home run in terms of moving the case forward. I think it's a home run in terms of not coming out public doing a presser. I think that's to the advantage of law enforcement. But more importantly, if you're the bad guy or bad guys that are connected to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, you have got to be feeling the heat. You're feeling the walls closing in around you because now your picture and image is blasted all over the world. So, is that going to create and cause the suspect to make mistakes? And the caveat to all of that, we don't know what else law enforcement has in their treasure chest of evidence. And I'm going to suggest this to you again. I think science and technology is going to be prevalent in solving the case of Nancy Guthrie. And we're seeing that played out before our eyes.
Yeah. So just kind of bottom line, your takeaways here. One last time before I let you go, Jamie. As we continue to watch this video and certainly continue to watch this investigation.
Yeah, I mean, the number one trending story on social media is the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. And now today they released this image and video. It's going to be trending all over the world. But here's the deal. They have billboards up. So now I would suggest they're going to redo those billboards, and they're going to place the image or images of what we're seeing here on those billboards to further garner the public's help, right? And then, we're just going to have to be patient to see how it plays out in terms of what science they may have, what tips and legitimate tips they have that could lead them to a name of the person that we're seeing in this image to go out and further that investigation. So I would look for his image being plastered throughout that area on billboards. I would also suggest, I think we're going to see an increase in the reward from FBI. Right now it sets at $50,000. I certainly think it should be much more than $50K. So I think we may see a change in the reward too, which prompts people to be more proactive to call.
Former Sheriff's Detective and Investigator Jamie Copenhaver, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon and breaking down that video with us.
Yeah, let's just pray they find some good leads, Garrett, and it's always good to be with you.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you live to the White House, where Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just walked up to the podium. Let's go ahead and listen in live from the White House.
Case on just this heartbreaking situation with respect to her mother. The president encourages any American across the country with any knowledge of the suspect to please call the FBI, who continue to assist state and local authorities who are leading this investigation on the ground. And once again, I will reiterate that the prayers of this entire White House are with Savannah and her family at this time, and we hope this person is found soon and that her mother is brought home safely. President Trump has a very busy week ahead, so I will begin with some scheduling announcements today. Tomorrow here at the White House, the president will host Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for a bilateral meeting. The remainder of the week will be focused on energy and deregulation. Tomorrow afternoon, the president will hold an event in the East Room to tout clean, beautiful coal as America's most reliable and affordable energy source, especially during periods of peak demand, just as we saw during this most recent winter storm, which impacted hundreds of millions of Americans. The president will discuss how clean, beautiful coal is not only keeping the lights on in our country, but also driving down the cost of electricity across the country as well. Additionally, on Thursday, President Trump will be joined by Administrator Lee Zeldin to formalize the rescission of the 2009 Obama-era endangerment finding. This will be the largest deregulatory action in American history, and it will save the American people $1.3 trillion in crushing regulations. The bulk of the savings will stem from reduced costs for new vehicles, with the EPA projecting average per vehicle savings of more than $2,400 for popular light-duty cars, SUVs, and trucks. This is just one more way this administration is working to make life more affordable for everyday Americans. Overall, these groundbreaking actions from President Trump will drive larger economic growth, create thousands of good-paying jobs, expand manufacturing, increase consumer choice, and improve affordability for millions of families and businesses. Finally, on Friday, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will travel to Fort Bragg in the great state of North Carolina to meet with military families and the heroic members of our special forces who carried out the successful Operation Absolute Resolve in Venezuela and helped bring narco-terrorist Nicolas Maduro to justice. I know the President and First Lady are both greatly looking forward to this visit. Also, the First Lady will celebrate Valentine's Day at the Children's Inn at the National Institute of Health tomorrow, with children, families, and NIH staff involved in clinical trials. In other news this week, thanks to President Trump signing the largest middle-class tax cut in history, this is shaping up to be the biggest tax refund season ever, and we are in it now. President Trump and Republicans fundamentally believe that Americans deserve to keep more of their hard-earned money, not less, which is why he fought so hard to deliver this long overdue relief. From no tax on tips, overtime, or Social Security, to auto loan interest deductions on new American-made vehicles, plus increases to the standard deduction in child tax credit, more money is flowing back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. We're already hearing from everyday Americans across the country who are reporting substantial tax savings thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut, which every single Democrat in Congress voted against. AMAC, which represents millions of Americans, has heard directly from more than their 1,000 members already about how the Trump tax cuts are easing cost of living concerns. I wanted to share a few of those powerful responses with you today. This one comes from Dean and Wendy in Wisconsin, who says, quote, "Instead of paying out $3,700 last year, we got back $2,500 in refunds this year. This is huge for our family." Steve from California said, quote, "The new senior citizen deduction is a tremendous relief and has given us peace of mind and the freedom to truly enjoy the retirement years we worked so hard for." Eric from Nevada said, "As a senior, no tax on Social Security helps me tremendously. The no tax on tips helps my daughter-in-law as a waitress. The no tax on overtime helps my son, who works constantly. Our family savings from the One Big Beautiful Bill could total even more than $5,000. We love the Trump tax cuts." These are just a few positive examples of the everyday Americans that President Trump's tax cuts are uplifting. We'd love to hear more from the American people across the country who are benefiting from the working families tax cuts. The White House is also pleased to share that parents across the country can now officially apply to open a Trump account for their child. In order to apply, parents can visit trumpaccounts.gov and fill out the IRS form 4547. These Trump accounts are special investment accounts aimed at providing American children with a jump start on building wealth for life. They have all the tax advantages as a traditional IRA account, but are specifically tailored to build wealth the moment a child is born. Thanks to President Trump, every child born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028 is eligible to receive $1,000 from the U.S. Treasury to fund their account. Parents, guardians, and even nonprofits can then contribute up to $5,000 per year. Employers can also contribute up to $2,500 per year per employee. President Trump believes there is no better investment than investing in our nation's children. If you are a parent who maximizes contributions to your child's Trump account, its projected value could reach nearly $1.1 million by the time your child turns 28 years old, based on average historical stock market returns. Safe to say, the Trump accounts will give a substantial head start to position the next generation for a brighter future. And with the stock market exploding under President Trump's pro-growth policies, there has never been a better time to sign up for an investment account like this. The Dow Jones just shattered 50,000 for the first time ever on Friday, and the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ continue smashing record after record. So with President Trump in charge, Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming once again, and these new Trump accounts for America's kids will boom too. So with that, once again, every parent should go to trumpaccounts.gov today, and I'm going to put it on my own personal to-do list to sign up for one as well. With that, I will take your questions. Caroline Downey from the National Review is here. Thank you for being here, and why don't you kick us off?
Thank you for having me. On the criticism that immigration enforcement has become arbitrary or not particularly prioritizing, Democrats have been circulating the statistic that only 14% of illegal aliens arrested under this administration are violent criminals, but we know that in deep blue cities with progressive district attorneys, it's common to plead down serious violent crimes into less serious offenses, which could be distorting those numbers. So given that backdrop, does the administration still stand by the messaging that you're targeting the worst of the worst, and does this prevailing narrative tell the whole story?
Well, thank you for bringing this up, Caroline. I've seen this CBS report floating around. There's a lot of liberal talking heads and pundits and Democrat elected politicians who think that this single story and these statistics and the way they are painted is somehow a shot at this administration. It is not, and let me correct the record. Number one, the Trump administration has been clear from day one that any illegal alien present in this country is subject to deportation. However, the priority, of course, is going after the convicted criminals, the worst of the worst, the murderers, the pedophiles, the rapists in this country. Interestingly, in the CBS story, what the Democrat talking heads on television are not saying is this line. Nearly 60% of ICE arrestees over the past year had criminal charges or convictions. And among that population, the majority of the criminal charges or convictions are for nonviolent crimes. Oh, well, what are nonviolent crimes, you ask? This has coincided with what DHS has been saying all along, that approximately 70% of illegal aliens arrested under President Trump have pending criminal charges and or prior convictions. And these so-called nonviolent crimes, drug trafficking, distribution of child porn, burglary, fraud, DUI, embezzlement, solicitation of a minor, and human smuggling, just to name a few. So just because a crime is not violent in nature doesn't mean that crime is victimless. And I can guarantee every single person who is out there on television right now pointing to these statistics that were taken out of context by CBS News would not want an illegal alien convicted of the distribution of child porn or fraud or DUI living in your community. So the Trump administration will continue our focus on deporting all illegal aliens present in our country with a focus on the worst of the worst criminals. Thank you for being here. Gabe.
Caroline, thank you. And thank you for the update on our colleague Savannah Guthrie's mother. Is there anything more you can share? You said the president was reviewing that surveillance footage. What was his initial reaction when seeing those disturbing images? And does he believe that that suspect acted alone?
I haven't talked to him specifically about the second point on whether the suspect acted alone or not, so I don't want to weigh in on the president's thinking on that. His initial reaction, of course, as all Americans, is just pure disgust. And again, it's heartbreaking to see now this footage really bring to life a story we've all been reading about. And again, we're just praying for the safety of Nancy Guthrie and that she will return home soon. And the president directed me to please encourage all Americans with any information to call the FBI. And we hope that this case will come to a positive resolution as soon as possible.
We, of course, have a lot to talk about in a completely separate topic. I was hoping you can clarify something that's come up over the last several days, again, regarding a separate topic, in the Epstein files. According to newly released files, the president had a conversation with the Palm Beach police chief in the early 2000s, according to the police chief in 2019. The president has gone on record before, and he's told reporters that he said that that he had no idea about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. During this conversation with the police chief, however, he did say, according to this recounting of it, that thank goodness you're stopping him. He also called Ghislaine Maxwell evil. So my two questions are, did that conversation with the Palm Beach police chief happen? And can you explain the discrepancy?
What I will say is that the president has always remained consistent and that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club at Mar-a-Lago because, frankly, Jeffrey Epstein was a creep. And unlike many other people who are named in these files, President Trump cut off his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and was honest and transparent about that for years and years. And so I think what the president has said all along has always remained true. And the release of more than 3 million documents related to Jeffrey Epstein and his heinous, disgusting crimes just shows the level of transparency that this president and administration has committed to and bringing these files to light.
But did he call the chief in 2006? Caroline, did he call the chief?
Look, it was a phone call that may or may not have happened in 2006. I don't know the answer to that question. What I'm telling you is that what President Trump has always said is that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club because Jeffrey Epstein was a creep, and that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning. And I'm sure many of you, when you read that alleged FBI report, probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years. So we're moving on from that. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I want to ask you about the SAVE Act. NBC reported that there's some hesitation among House Republicans on adding absentee ballot restrictions into the SAVE Act. Can you explain what the hesitation is among House Republicans and also just provide a status of negotiations with Congress on the legislation?
Sure. I can't speak for House Republicans, Reagan. I can obviously speak for the president, who is quite possibly the strongest supporter of the Save America Act, which, as you know, would require proof of citizenship to register to vote. It would require proof of identification, a photo identification before casting a ballot. And it would also ensure that there are exceptions made. I think that's what you're alluding to with these conversations with House Republicans for reasonable requests, of course, for our military.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt continuing to speak to reporters right now at the White House, answering a number of questions right now about a number of topics, including the Save America Act, the voter ID law. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour and welcome in our TV audience for
Florida Live starts now.
Welcome into Florida Live. Let me give you a live look right now. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt speaking with reporters at a White House press briefing right now, where she is answering a number of questions about a wide variety of topics. Welcome into Florida Live, Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. At the beginning of her press briefing, Caroline Leavitt addressed the new developments in the Nancy Guthrie case after video was released showing an armed subject at the door of Nancy Guthrie's home early that morning.
I apologize for the delay. I was once again with the president. He and I were both reviewing the newly released surveillance footage from FBI in the Savannah Guthrie case on just this heartbreaking situation with respect to her mother. The president encourages any American across the country with any knowledge of the suspect to please call the FBI, who continue to assist state and local authorities who are leading this investigation on the ground. And once again, I will reiterate that the prayers of this entire White House are with Savannah and her family at this time, and we hope this person is found soon and that her mother is brought home safely.
So I want to show you some of that video that was released from FBI Director Kash Patel. It came in a couple of different ways here. Let me show you first some of the various images, showing some of them still images, some of them video, showing that suspect wearing a mask, carrying a gun with his hands, with their hands in gloves, wearing a backpack as well. Investigators say it took about 8 days for them to use technology and some third-party private sector companies to be able to get this video and these surveillance images from the camera. We had heard initially from the Pima County Sheriff's Office that they believed the destroyed doorbell camera was not salvageable, but we have seen these new images just into our newsroom in the past hour or so that are showing an armed subject, potential suspect in this case. Investigators are asking anyone who knows anything about this, who this person might be, or have any sort of tip, they are asked to contact the FBI. Now, just moments ago, as that news broke, I had the chance to speak with a former detective, Jamie Copenhaver, who really walked us through these videos and talked about what investigators are looking for in them, what they're hoping to learn from them, and what we can learn about this case just by seeing the video and the images.
We spoke about it on your newscast. Once that FBI data collection team arrived from Quantico on the ground there in Tucson, they started working immediately. And I can assure you they worked around the clock with Apple, Google, and all the big players in terms of cloud-based storage. The saving grace of this, I would suggest to you, Garrett, they also have video, and we're only getting the screenshots from that video. So if in fact they have video of this suspect on the patio of Nancy Guthrie's house, that's going to give a lot more clues. His mannerism, how he was walking, his gait, etc. And all of that certainly can be compounded with that investigation to help identify the suspect and bring him to custody.
It's I know you said it very grim when you see this. What comes to mind when you look at how this suspect is dressed in these images? What do you learn, or what can we learn from kind of seeing that?
He's very astute. I have to give him credit. He wore a full mask. You can see his eyeballs and part of the mouth or nose area. The interesting part about that is you can't see anything else. He's wearing a zippered up type of sweater garment over his upper body that's zipped up past his neckline. So, you can't even get a really and truly read on this picture as to if he's white, black, or other. So, he certainly geared up and was prepared for this kidnapping or home invasion, whichever it may turn out. But more importantly, he wore gloves. So, we've heard a lot of talking heads and a lot of speculation on touch DNA. I don't know how that's going to apply with him having his hands gloved, But keep in mind, he had to don or put on those gloves. So there's going to be some DNA on the exterior part of those gloves that hopefully he's touched something, brushed up against something that they can possibly get some type of touched DNA from the suspect.
Now that these images are released, we just talked about how the investigators had to go about getting them. Is there additional technology that can do some further analysis on this suspect and try to learn more about them, despite so little being able to be seen underneath the mask and the gloves and the jacket and everything that this person has on?
Of course, I keep referring and going back and bookmarking the Brown case that we just all witnessed and played out, right? FBI was able to take those still photos and run it through several programs and software elements that sort of give them an ethnicity, if you will. It certainly give the height and weight within centimeters away. So that wasn't guessed. It was done by software. And like I said, you're going to take that video. If in fact I think they have video, they're going to be able to get the gait, get the stride that could learn more about the suspect. There's also, I know there's software out there that can look at probably inside that, the round holes of his eyes, and they're going to be able to tell, in my opinion, the ethnicity of this person, whether he's white, black, or other. So that's all beneficial to the investigation. If I may point out, we don't know what else law enforcement is holding that's not being released to the public. So this imagery could certainly match up with some of the leads and tips they're getting. And it's my understanding, Garrett, they're getting 55 to 60,000 tips a day in this case.
And still asking for more help, still asking for people to call if they recognize these. We've seen the billboards go up across the country. So a lot of attention, a lot of eyes on this case, and still a lot of questions and a lot of things that investigators are asking for people to come forward if they do know anything. One of the things that I noticed, Jamie, and no timestamps on this video, no time window that investigators are releasing with this. Is that an intentional omission that they don't want to tell that time, or what do you make of that, if anything?
Absolutely. I mean, let's go back to the one ransom letter that was debunked and turned out to be fraudulent, right? So you want to release enough of this image for the people's attention, but you don't want to give certain timestamps and certain elements of that picture away, because you do have people calling in bogus tips. You do have people trying to cash in on just good old-fashioned greed. So they want to release just enough of an image of a suspect or a person of interest to capture and garner the people's views, so they can talk about that picture to see if they know who possibly this is. But you don't want to give up timestamps and certain trade craft that someone greedy could cash in on. So that's my opinion, and I think they're doing a wonderful job with that. Just yesterday, people were complaining, okay, the sheriff is not doing his job. He's at a basketball game. Well, in fact, they had a picture of an image of a person of interest at the patio of Nancy Guthrie's home. So they're certainly on top of that. And I have 100% confidence in the FBI data collection team and their resources. So I think the case will be solved shortly.
Yeah, what does this do now to the investigation? Because, like you said, we've heard a lot of criticism. We've heard a lot of people saying, expressing their concerns about all of this and where things stand right now, because it seemed like there really wasn't any progress being made. At least, nothing said publicly. The sheriff's office had said, anytime there's a significant development, they would hold a briefing, and there hadn't been any updates, hadn't been much coming out of this. So what does this do now to an investigation, now that you do have these images and now that you do have them public as well?
I mean, this has garnered international attention. So we know that right here in the homeland of the United States, this case is trending and has been trending for 9 days. So the image of this person of interest is going to pique the people's interest, if you will. And believe it or not, just going back to the Brown University case, people said, I know those eyes, right? We heard the aftertakes of that case once it was solved. So, certainly it doesn't look like a lot in terms of a photo of a person, but there's some characteristics about this photo that if you know that person, you're like, wait a minute, that kind of looks like this person, right? So what you want to do is give enough out to the public to generate more talk. And more importantly, you want to generate more tips and legitimate tips at that. So Kudos to the sheriff's office for doing this. You can be critical how long they had it, why haven't they released it sooner? We just don't know the inner workings of that case, Garrett, and we must be patient and let the investigators work through this case and giving us bits and tips as they go. But I do think I have 100% confidence in the FBI, and I think they're doing everything possible to not only identify the suspect, but to return Nancy Guthrie in whatever state she may be in.
And Jamie, don't want to interrupt you here, but so that was just a part of our conversation there with Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective. We spoke for about half an hour walking through the video images as well, and those takeaways. You can find that full conversation right now on Fox Local, on fox35orlando.com, also on YouTube. If you'd like to watch that in-depth breakdown of that. We are also expecting to speak a little bit later this hour, the bottom of the hour, with a retired FBI agent who can shed more light for us on how investigators were able to track down this video and what that means now for the case going forward. So continuing to track those major developments in the Nancy Guthrie case this afternoon. That was breaking news we brought you earlier today as well on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, we are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we still have a lot of things to get to, so we hope you keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. I wanted to give you an update here on a developing situation out of Sumter County that we've been tracking this afternoon on Fox Local. That is a number of evacuations after reports of military explosives found at a home in the Villages. We have learned that investigators believe those explosives were stolen from the military. That area has now been cleared. The FBI is investigating right now because, again, they believe those explosives were stolen from the military. So we are continuing to track that. That's happened on Yucatan Way in the Villages around 11 o'clock this morning when those evacuations began. So we're continuing to track that. We'll bring you updates as we get them. We're also tracking another developing story out of the Bay Area. It's time for our Tampa connection. We want to check in with Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez, who joins us live right now. And Regina, I know you are monitoring a situation out of Sarasota. What can you tell us?
Well, we can tell you that within the last hour, we got a call from our Sarasota bureau reporter, Kim Cuizon, who was rushing to the scene of a possible shooting. We do know that it's a shooting right now. We can't confirm how many people were actually shot. They have told us that there is very heavy law enforcement presence in the area of Proctor Road and McIntosh Road. So if this area pertains to you, if you plan on traveling there, drivers are just being asked to avoid it completely as they get this figured out. Like I said, very few details at this moment, but deputies have not confirmed if anyone was injured, what led up to the shooting. Some pictures that we just got into our news desk show that it looks like it happened within a gated community. So we'll be interested to see how this all did play out once we get more information. So we'll certainly keep you posted.
All right, Regina, thank you. And now we're also, following up on a story of two missing pilots who were found and have now, as I understand it, been identified.
So basically, the bodies of these two pilots from the aid organization Agape Flights, we do a lot of stories with them. They do great missionary work. Their bodies have been recovered in Haiti, but we can say that they are in the process of returning them back home. They are not going to be identified at the time, just out of respect for their family. We know that this happened last week. So this is a Venice-based Christian charity, for those who don't know. Like I said, they're not identifying the pilots, but they are in the process of returning them back home. If you're not familiar with this situation, all of this played out last Thursday. That's when a plane, one of their relief planes, dropped off the radar, and then the day later, the wreckage was found. So Agape Flights, they aid a lot of different refugee groups out there. They fly them food, medical equipment, not just to places like Haiti. This all happened in Haiti, I should mention, but also the Dominican Republic and Jamaica. So yes, these bodies were recovered, not being identified right now, but everybody's just so upset about it. It's just so heartbreaking. We still don't know what caused the plane to go down in a mountainous region of Haiti. And the Agape Flights team actually told us that because this happened in another country, that technically authorities over there are responsible for the investigation. So you've got both parties here in the Bay Area and then over there in Haiti kind of working together to try to get some answers.
All right, so we're continuing to watch that, Regina. Also continuing to track wildfire dangers.
Yeah, and this is actually something we're keeping tabs on at this very moment. A viewer messaged me not too long ago, within the hour as well, saying that there's a possible brush fire in Newport Richey. So we're trying to get more information on that. But firefighters have certainly been staying very busy here in the Bay Area. We've had really dry conditions, and it's just driving up the risk of these brush fires. Now, fire rescue crews throughout the region have been tackling multiple brush fires over the course of the past several days because of that dry weather and gusty conditions. It really just creates the perfect environment for flames to spread quickly. And we can tell you in Northport, a fire over the weekend burned about 10 acres and moved incredibly dangerously close to some homes. So officials say that one may have started from a spark that came from a barbecue. And that's why they're just asking people to please be vigilant. Counties including Hernando County, Citrus County, and Pasco have continued to see new hotspots pop up. So this is despite active burn bans in some of these areas. So firefighters say they're still running into illegal outdoor burns, adding to an already strained situation. That's why they're warning it doesn't take much. I mean, think about it. A simple spark from a barbecue creates a fire that spanned acres. So a cigarette, a hot vehicle, small backyard flames, that can quickly turn into that fast-moving fire, especially in this dry brush. So their message to people watching right now, especially as we're holding out hope for rain, they're ready to respond, but they need the public to do their part to prevent that next fire. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah, we are also monitoring. I'll go ahead and tell folks in our area in Lake County, a fire 50% contained. in Eustis, St. John's Lane area there that we've been monitoring throughout the afternoon. It is that time of year. You just certainly have to be aware of those risks and do everything you can to mitigate them on your end. And,
absolutely.
Finally, Regina, we also have an update on upcoming Pride celebrations in the Bay Area.
Yeah, so this has been an interesting one to follow. So we have a new community group that is stepping up to make sure that Pride celebrations actually do happen this year, even though the longtime organization that was behind some of the Pride events, they're taking a one-year break. So the organization that's produced the annual Tampa Pride Festival and Parade announced that it was going to pause its events in 2026. They cited funding challenges, the current political and economic climate, and that included trouble securing sponsorships. But there was another group out there. They said, we still want to celebrate. We still want to, commemorate Pride in the Bay Area because it's always such a huge and fun celebration. So a new group called Pride of Tampa, they moved to keep the celebration alive. And they have a very limited time frame. They have very limited resources right now. They're a grassroots team of organizers, and they are planning a series of events throughout March with a focus on inclusive community spaces, local small businesses, and overall celebrating LGBTQ plus culture, even without the big parade traditionally held in Ybor City here. So we could tell you the new festival is set for March 28th at the Cuban Club in Ybor City. It's a very popular night spot. They'll feature live entertainment, vendors, opportunities for folks to just gather and connect and show support for this community. Organizers want people to know that Pride is not disappearing here in Tampa. It's only evolving, and they hope to grow it back stronger in future years, hopefully together with this organization that was taking a year hiatus.
All right, Regina Gonzalez, thanks for joining us with our Tampa connection here on Florida Live.
Of course. Thanks for having me. Talk soon.
All right. Time now for our Florida Live forecast. Going to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer. TJ, before we hop into the forecast, let's talk about the wildfire risk and what we're seeing because, in the Bay Area, they were talking about monitoring some. We know what we're seeing in Lake County and Sumter County this afternoon.
Sure.
So it's just what is it about today that we're really seeing, things really be fueled?
I feel like just because it is dry, haven't had nowhere near the rain that we really need, Garrett. We're so far below normal, and even the slightest breeze, which we do have out there, can allow something to spark up and just spread fast. So that's why we say just to, as you said, think about what you're doing out there, be cautious, and I'm sure we've talked about burn bans already this year. I'm sure we'll continue to see those until we get some more meaningful rain. So just kind of think before you act, is what I would say.
Yeah, so, it is a beautiful afternoon, but we are tracking some of those concerning conditions as well.
We are, yeah. The drought conditions have really worsened, and they'll continue to do so. We do have some rain chances in the 7-day. We've talked about that. Of course, not what we want the closer we head to Daytona weekend, but we are expecting overall minimal rain chances until this upcoming weekend. Right now, we can see the sunshine. It's quiet out there, but for the drought, for these fire concerns, not really quite the conditions that we do want to see, but it's great if you're visiting, great if you're hitting the theme parks. Around 52 tonight in Orlando, a lot milder as a whole, more seasonable for this time of the year. Now in just about mid-February tomorrow, off to the races once again with our temps, upper 70s. But I do think Garrett will watch out for a couple of showers on our Wednesday. Nowhere near a washout, but a couple of sprinkles certainly possible. A little dip in the jet stream, but overall we're going to stay warm as we head through the day on Wednesday. Thursday, maybe just a touch cooler behind that weak disturbance, but overall our concern, of course, is going to be on the Daytona 500 weekend. It looks like there is going to be this storm in the vicinity. It looks like the data has been trending drier, at least for the start of the race, so that's some good news, with rain chances looking a little higher later on in the evening.
So get that race in then.
Yes, that's what we're hoping for. That would be great. If that happens, we can break this stretch of delays in wet Daytona 500s. We do have that higher chance of rain now. The good news is I do think the storm threat either way stays low. I don't think we'll have quite the instability in the atmosphere. But you can see with Futurecast here, there definitely is some hit or miss showers, especially as we head through Sunday night into Monday. Now, this is just one data set, but either way, it's looking like that has kind of been the trend. So we can get the rain off, even if it's cloudy and kind of gloomy, it looks like hopefully we can see this storm system move through later on in the evening into the overnight, where it wouldn't really impact the race at all.
That's what we're hoping, because we have seen too many times lately that it be impacted by the weather, and it just always seems like it's just that one day that you don't want it to happen, and it happens. So
yeah,
we're hoping we can get that race in this weekend.
It's funny. I feel like the atmosphere can be really cyclical. We've had a lot of these weekends where you've had the cold fronts coming through on a Saturday or a Sunday, and it's tough to kind of shake that pattern. And once again, it looks like we'll have something to track this weekend. But yeah, that's all we can hope, is to see it later.
At least things are trending in the right direction, you
yes.
said. So we will keep crossing our fingers that continues to trend in that direction.
Let the trend be our friend.
That's right. I like that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, also our friend. Thanks for joining us here on this Florida Live forecast.
Right back at you. Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It's time to talk some Florida politics. It's our Playbook Tuesday, where we bring in our friends from Politico Florida to talk with us about what's going on here in the Sunshine State. Never any shortage of things to talk about when it comes to Florida politics. And joining us live via Zoom today is Kimberly Leonard, who's a Politico reporter and the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter that you can get delivered in your email inbox every morning. Kimberly, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, happy to be back.
So let's start by talking about the Senate race here in Florida. Alex Vindman getting a lot of attention for his campaign, and I kind of held his official campaign kickoff event last night in South Florida.
That's right. It was the first event, and I did drive up there. It was in Broward. I live down in Miami, and if you know rush hour traffic, it's a little rough getting there. But there was a lot of excitement. Alex Vindman, who was the whistleblower who essentially triggered President Donald Trump's first impeachment, got up and gave his, spiel. It was interesting because he was speaking before Broward County clubs, a lot of different local clubs, but his message was really very, very national. It was very, very anti-Trump. And so it was just interesting to see, how different candidates present themselves. Obviously, his notoriety is tied to Trump. He's already raised a good deal of money because of, people recognizing his name from the first iteration of the Trump years. And a lot of Democrats are really kind of avoiding talking about Trump, but he was really leaning into it last night. He talked about Ashley Moody a little bit, but more in the sense of how he saw her as a rubber stamp for Trump, essentially. And so he had, a good amount of enthusiasm. This is the first time he's ever running for office, and he was pretty comfortable. He was talking to a lot of different press. And so far, there are other Democrats in the race, but because he has gained so much in fundraising, I think he made $1.7 million just in the first 24 hours of launching, which my understanding is that that's a record for Florida. It could be that he will report a very high first quarter fundraising. And so money isn't the number one thing, but it certainly doesn't hurt.
Yeah, and that's, getting a lot of national attention for, jumping in this race. And that's something that he's going to try to leverage to his advantage in this campaign.
Yeah, I really saw that last night when I attended his event. I'm always kind of looking for what are candidates about, what are they running on? And yes, of course, he's running on affordability. Everyone's running on affordability, but he is really embracing this sort of, going up against Trump picture of himself. And so far seems to be working for him. It'll be interesting to see where he stops next. And we still haven't heard from the Moody campaign what they think about him. I had to go to the Republican Party of Florida and the RNC. They sort of, dismissed him as a carpetbagger because he only moved to Florida 3 years ago. He says that he wants to use some of the money to help with voter registration for Democrats in Florida. So even if he doesn't win, he has other ways potentially to affect how Florida looks, whether it's with voter registration, helping down ballot candidates, things like that.
Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, all eyes this week on the Save America Act, the voter ID bill that is moving through. And we are also hearing from Florida's congressional delegation in office right now that is really pushing for that and kind of leading some of the charge on that.
Yeah, that's kind of the center of what's happening up on Capitol Hill this week. We saw Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna really pushing the bill during the funding battle. She was saying she would not get on board with the bill to fund the government. She ended up coming around, but only because the Senate promised to potentially discuss it. This has become a really big priority for President Trump. He talked about it during his Super Bowl interview. We've heard a lot of top members of Congress. Senator Rick Scott met with the president over it last week. They want this done. And it does go beyond voter ID in that it would actually require, a good amount of documentation regarding citizenship. Of course, if you have, a real ID driver's license, you usually have to present those documents in order to receive that at all. But the concern is that, some people who don't necessarily have immediate access to their birth certificate or don't have a passport, who change their names after getting married, might have more barriers that they face to registering to vote and then ultimately voting. And so even though, when you poll the idea of voter ID, it polls very well, regardless of political party. But Democrats in Congress do not support it because they worry about people essentially being unable to vote who would qualify but just can't get all the right paperwork together.
Meanwhile, before I let you go, I want to touch briefly on the governor's race here in Florida, because we have seen in recent days and weeks the other candidates really stepping up their attacks on frontrunner Byron Donalds.
Yeah, it's just been kind of, this has been such an interesting race to watch because Byron Donalds really feels like he's running away with the governor's race, right? He has the cash, he has the endorsements. He has an ace team behind him, the same people that helped with Trump's election. And so I just thought it was really interesting that there are other big name candidates in the race. You know, Jay Collins is the lieutenant governor. Paul Renner was the House Speaker. They are both, you know, big political figures in Florida. They only poll in the single digits when polled against Byron Donalds, but they've really been, you know, essentially saying that they think Byron is not conservative enough compared to what Governor DeSantis has been. And they also have questioned other aspects of his leadership. But in listening to a lot of his interviews that he's done, whether on TV, at public events, and so forth, Donalds is really leaning into talking about his conservatism, which I think is interesting because he's not responding directly to the criticisms that are coming from Jay Collins, from Paul Renner, but it's almost as though he's responding in his own way to get the message out to voters without feeling like he has to punch back. And that's at least at this point in the race. You know, things can always change if he feels that anyone else is a direct threat to his candidacy. If anyone else were to get into the race, which I still think is very, very possible that we're going to, you know, see a lot more twists and turns before we see the end of this. But for now, you know, this is just kind of how he's going about his candidacy, where he's just focused on what he's doing. He'll occasionally criticize Democrats, but really he's kind of ignoring the others in the race.
Kimberly Leonard, political reporter, Florida Playbook author. Always enjoy talking politics with you. Thanks for joining us today here on Florida Live.
Same. Thank you.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We are continuing this afternoon to take a close look at these new surveillance images that have been released in the Nancy Guthrie case. Let me give you a look at them right now. These are some of the still images that were first released this afternoon from FBI Director Kash Patel. Putting these out on social media, showing a person in a mask, wearing gloves, armed with a gun as well. In this, the frame of this video, which, as we understand it, is the front door area of the home of Nancy Guthrie. in Tucson, Arizona. She's 84 years old. She was reported missing on, on that Sunday morning after she didn't show up for church. There have been some discrepancies about that, some new details about that. It differs a little bit from what we were told originally from the sheriff's office, where they essentially had said she didn't show up for church. What we have since learned is that she would watch a live stream of church at a friend's home, and so didn't show up that morning, and they grew concerned and ended up reaching out after that. So she was reported missing. And again, this is the front porch area of that home where the doorbell camera had been destroyed. We know it was a little before 2 o'clock in the morning, I believe. 1:47 a.m. when that doorbell camera disconnected. That's from the Pima County Sheriff's Office, and those initial details, that timeline that they had given, where they kind of walked through those things. So the doorbell camera disconnected, believed to have been destroyed, and up until today we hadn't gotten any sort of images or anything from that video, because the investigators said they had believed that they weren't going to be able to recover anything from it because there wasn't a subscription that was paid for that doorbell camera, and so there was a lot of concern that they wouldn't be able to recover anything. Well, we learned today from the FBI Director, Kash Patel, that they do believe that they did have to send that video off. You work with some private sector partners, he called them, to essentially recover that using some of the back-end data. We were hoping to speak with one of our experts, a retired FBI agent, to talk with us a little bit more about that process, how they were able to do it. But the bottom line is they were able to recover this video that you see here, and you can see in that clip, and then also let me show this other clip that appears to show from the beginning, just a short clip of someone walking up. You can see the reflection or some sort of light playing off them when they put their head down. Again, you can see the gun they're carrying there as they walk up and approach that front porch, wearing their gloves, wearing that mask. And let me see if I can pull up this other clip now for you here. And there is that other clip showing them once they reach that door, putting their hand to try to cover up that picture, or excuse me, to cover up their picture on that camera. And then in the other clip where they are holding the flowers or some sort of a shrub or something that they then hold up to block that camera. As we talked about with former Detective James Copenhaver just a little bit ago, now what investigators are going to be doing, looking through this, trying to get some more details about who this potential suspect might be, looking at their height, and maybe being able to do some things, some other analysis to get some more information about some of the other features. So we are going to be keeping a close eye on that and what they might be able to learn from this. We've seen Fox News reporting that this was a video that had been shared with the Guthrie family and that they were unable to identify who this person might be, unable to recognize who this might be. And so at that point, the investigators decided to go ahead and release this publicly. And so they're asking anyone who may recognize anyone from this to really reach out to them and let them know. I'm going to just pull up some of the still images as well. It looks like you might be even seeing some potential facial hair underneath that mask. You can see from the small opening around the mouth. You can't really see it in that camera because it appears they may be holding some sort of light or something, or unless that's just a reflection. So unclear really. But these are some of these images better than others, some a little more pixelated than others, but you do get, especially right there, a decent close-up look at who this person might be that the FBI is looking for. We know there's a $50,000 reward for information that helps return Nancy Guthrie home safe, or that leads to an arrest in this case. We've seen billboards pop up around the country as well, and so we are watching this closely. No updates right now from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. In fact, let me see if I can pull up their latest tweet, because they did address this just a little bit ago. They retweeted Kash Patel's posts about it, and they also said there are no press briefings planned at this time. Sheriff Nano is not conducting one-on-one interviews right now. So no additional details, it seems like, coming from the sheriff's office today. We know they are working alongside the FBI in this case. Obviously, another deadline yesterday on the potential ransom. But the FBI has also said that officials are not aware of any ongoing communication between the Guthrie family and the suspected kidnappers in this, even after that deadline came and went. And we've seen TMZ reporting that the Bitcoin wallet was still empty at that point, and so raising a lot of questions about potentially the veracity of those ransom letters, or what that might mean in this case. And so no new development on that front right now. But the big news today, the release of these new videos and still images as well, showing the armed suspect on the porch of Nancy Guthrie's Tucson home in those early morning hours. And again, I'm just pulling up my initial notes from that news conference where we got that timeline. It was 1:47 a.m. that the doorbell camera was disconnected. It was around 2:12 a.m. that a person was detected on the camera, but again, they did not believe there was going to be any video of that. And then it was about 15 minutes after that, after the person was detected on camera, according to this original timeline from the Pima County Sheriff's Office, that Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker recognized that it had been essentially disconnected from the app on her phone. So from 1:47 a.m. to 2:28, about 45 minutes or so from the doorbell camera disconnecting, and kind of in the middle of that, a person detected on camera, and then the pacemaker app disconnecting. So still so many questions about this, and wanting some more information. I did have the chance earlier to play for you Caroline Leavitt's initial statements when she first walked out at the press briefing this afternoon. She was also asked about President Trump and his reaction to all of this, and here is what she said.
I haven't talked to him specifically about the second point on whether the suspect acted alone or not, so I don't want to weigh in on the president's thinking on that. His initial reaction, of course, as all Americans, is just pure disgust. And again, it's heartbreaking to see now this footage really bring to life a story we've all been reading about. And again, we're just praying for the safety of Nancy Guthrie and that she will return home soon. And the president directed me to please encourage all Americans with any information to call the FBI, and we hope that this case will come to a positive resolution as soon as possible.
And we certainly hope so. Joining us live now to talk about this and break down what we can be learning from this video, we have retired FBI agent Jennifer Coffindaffer, who joins us live now. And Jennifer, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon. I first just want to get your initial thoughts on this video and what your main takeaways are from its release today.
Well, my initial thought is likely male. This is not an individual who I think is militarily trained or police trained. It's an individual who has a, light in his mouth, and instead of mounted on him, we have a holster that's in the front for easy draw. So somebody that isn't that familiar with firearms, we have somebody that needs to cover up the camera, knows exactly where it is, by the way, how he hunches down and goes straight to that camera. So familiarity with the house, yet has to pull twigs and branches to cover. So he wasn't prepared to cover up that camera. So I'm not seeing an actual professional, but I am seeing somebody that was prepared.
Jennifer, how would the FBI and these companies have been able to recover this video? We thought it didn't exist, that it wasn't going to be able to be recovered how would they have gone about even getting this video to begin with?
Well, a couple of things. We know that the camera was removed, and oftentimes these cameras actually had hard drives, so that would have been a dead end. But just because somebody doesn't have a subscription doesn't mean that that recording isn't being recorded to the hard drive of Nest. It just means that that subscriber isn't going to get that footage. So I believe the FBI worked very closely with the Nest officials and were able to pull this very.
We have heard a lot of questions, especially in the last 24 hours after that other ransom deadline passed, about what, whether this is in fact a kidnapping, if that ransom letter is legitimate or not. Does seeing this video do anything to change your opinion on whether this was, a kidnapping from the get-go or a home invasion, or kind of the circumstances of what this case might be?
I don't think this was a home invasion per se. I am glad to see a weapon on him, actually a gun, because that shows me that that gun would have been used to manipulate Nancy to follow direction. And that gives me some renewed hope that she was taken and not killed in that house. The other item that we spoke about, these ransom notes, right now, we just have no indication that those ransom notes were for the purpose of obtaining a ransom. They were sent too late. They were sent to the media. They were sent after law enforcement was crawling, and they did not send any proof of life or any proof of death. So I still believe that that indicates most probably that that whole trail was false.
And so now, the last thing I'll ask you here before we let you go, Jennifer, just seeing this video now that it has been released, we know investigators, I'm sure, tracking down every lead that comes in and using this to potentially narrow down a profile of who a suspect might be?
Well, not only a profile, but we're going to be able to ascertain very particular dynamics about him, how long his foot is. So we're going to have a foot size based on those tiles he stepped on, how tall he is based on that archway you see in the distance. That mask is very unique. Who sells that mask? How might he have come across that? That backpack, very unique straps. So there are a lot of clues here that the Bureau is going to be on top of.
Jennifer Coffindaffer, retired FBI agent. We really appreciate your expertise, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live, breaking down this video for us this afternoon.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We are following up today on the rescue of a manatee that was found trapped in a storm drain in Melbourne Beach last night. If you watch just an unbelievable scene and images, we've learned that this afternoon, the manatee doing well, been eating well, we're told. 410 pounds. When he gets to 460 pounds and is in good health, going to be released back into the wild. So certainly encouraging news about that manatee this afternoon. We want to check in with Fox 35's Esther Bauer, who joins us live now. And Esther, certainly glad to hear that the manatee is on the mend at SeaWorld right now. But I think the big question is, how would something like this happen?
I know that's the question we're asking right now. And going forward, how can something like this never happen again? We love our sea cows here in Florida. They have been through it with this recent cold snap. They've been looking for warmer water. And unfortunately, what we think happened in this situation, officials think this male manatee, now named Melby, was trying to find warmer water and unfortunately found himself stuck in a storm drain. It's important to note, like you said, upwards of 400 pounds. This is not a goldfish that was able to squeeze into a storm drain and then ultimately getting stuck. It was a massive manatee that got stuck. And now we're hearing from people that research, advocate for, and study manatees is there is technology out there that coastal communities can be using as simple as a storm drain grate. Putting something over these large storm drain openings that have grates in them where water and other sediments can still get through, but a manatee of 400 pounds would not be able to swim its way in and then ultimately getting stuck in a storm drain. So that's what we're hearing all around. This was an amazing situation by so many first responders, the FWC, all these crews on scene with a crane to get the manatee to safety. But I mean, a lot of work went into this. A lot of tax dollars are going to be spent to fix this. We've been out there and they're trying to put the road back together. They had to repave the road. They have to patch up this massive hole. Drivers haven't been able to get through on this street. So what we're hearing from these manatee advocacy organizations is just put a storm drain grate in, keep the manatees from getting themselves in just a horrible situation where we're told this manatee could have been there for upwards of a week, not eating, stuck in a hole, can't turn itself around because it's a manatee. And once it got in too far, it just couldn't get its way back out. I've also heard from some sources that go on rescues like this is they respond to other calls of, hey, we think there could be a manatee in a storm drain. And a lot of the times the manatees have already passed. So it's just getting that awareness out there of, hey, there is technology that can be used. We don't have to see manatees being stuck in storm drains. Also, everyone that we've spoken to, this brought them back to 2015 in Satellite Beach, where 19 manatees were pulled from a storm drain. And these were all saved also, which was amazing. But after that situation, Satellite Beach did decide to invest in these storm drain grates to try to keep what they saw was 19 of them from getting stuck in a storm drain. So the big question that we're asking and what advocates are saying is, hey, this happened, but you can take steps so it doesn't happen in the future.
That's great. Well, we certainly hope it doesn't happen again, but are glad that manatee is doing a little bit better today. Esther, we appreciate that update. And thank you for joining us here on Florida Live today. We'll see you again next time.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live right now on Fox Local and on YouTube. Sorry, I was looking to see this, check this tweet notification, make sure there weren't any further updates right now. It is a new tweet from the Pima County Sheriff's Office in Arizona, but they're essentially urging people not to call 911 or the non-emergency line for expressing their thoughts, opinions, feelings, or questions about the Nancy Guthrie case. They're asking folks who do have information to call the FBI tip line. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI. Go to tips.fbi.gov. So they're continuing to deal with an influx of calls, as we've heard from them several times there in the past few weeks. Again, we have gotten that surveillance video. We've been breaking it down for you throughout the afternoon here on Fox Local. You can find our full clips of those interviews breaking that down on YouTube or on Fox Local right now. I do want to also direct your attention to a news conference on Capitol Hill earlier today where we heard from a Florida congressman who was commemorating the upcoming 8th anniversary of the shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Saturday is going to mark 8 years since that shooting on Valentine's Day 2018. Congressman Jared Moskowitz, who's a Democrat from Florida's 23rd District, he's actually a Marjory Stoneman Douglas alum. He held a news conference today talking about school safety reforms in the aftermath of that shooting. And he was joined by Brian Fitzpatrick, a Republican congressman from Pennsylvania.
Good morning. My name is Jared Moskowitz. I represent Florida's 23rd District, which includes Parkland and Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School, which I graduated from. And so, first of all, let me say I'm happy to be here with my colleague Brian Fitzpatrick, who has been working on school safety for a long time now. Been a real leader on it, and it's just fantastic to work with. Wanting to help depoliticize all of this so that we can make progress up here. And so thank you, Brian, for being here and being on a number of school safety bills. Let me also obviously recognize that, I'm here with Stan with Parkland. I have two parents, Tom and Tony, who lost their kids at my high school almost 8 years ago now. And since that time, we learned obviously what went wrong at Marjory Stoneman Douglas, and they went right into action, these parents. I was in the state legislature at the time. We passed the Marjory Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act. We made Florida a leader on school safety, not just in the aftermath of the shooting. Literally within 2 weeks of the shooting, we passed the most, comprehensive, bipartisan school safety gun violence prevention act in Florida history. But these parents have then crisscrossed the country, trying to make sure that other parents like them, other family members like them, don't become part of an exclusive club that no one wants to be part of. And they're lobbying us for the obvious. These are smart fixes. These are technological fixes. And so let me discuss a couple of them. So, one of the measures we have is, the measures for school safety, the MSD Act, co-led by Brian Fitzpatrick, to direct schools to develop emergency response and parental notification procedures for certain threats and emergencies. Advances installation of improvements to interior and exterior doors in schools for purposes of door reinforcement. Now, why would we come up with something like that? Well, we saw in the failures at Marjory Stoneman Douglas, right, the shooter killed people in the classroom. He shot them through the window of the door. Some of these doors, a lot of these doors locked on the outside. Teachers had to literally open their door, go around to the key, and lock it from the outside, locked some of the students in the hallway. Didn't know where their keys were at the time. Not only that, these doors are obviously easy to shoot through, let alone the windows, just shooting through the door. And so, that's where that comes from. And then obviously the emergency response systems. We've not lost anyone in a school fire in 50 years. Why? Because fire alarms work. And so these alert systems are the same thing. I'm sure there were people who were against fire alarms when they were first proposed and came up with all sorts of reasons why we shouldn't have them. And, we see the same thing when we propose these. But this will absolutely save lives. The next thing I have is the single application for school safety, the SAS Act. co-led by Mario Diaz-Balart and Tony Gonzalez. Obviously, Tony had the Uvalde shooting in his district, and Mario's been a great partner on school safety. He actually went into the building when we were doing tours into the building before we tore it down to see. Tony walked folks around and really, showed a lot of elected officials, sheriffs, school board members, state representatives, state senators, and congresspeople that flew in and the vice president at the time flew in to see the failures of that building. This act would streamline the grant application for schools to request federal support for school security, including intercoms, security cameras, door locking mechanisms, crisis intervention training programs. One of the other failures we saw that day, which was mind-blowing, is that when the police showed up, and by the time the police got there, by the way, 24 people had already been shot. But when they got there, they went to go look at the camera system so they could get a view of what was happening inside. But the police didn't know that the camera system was on a 15-minute delay. And the person who operated the camera system wasn't there that day. And so what they were watching had already happened. This would provide real-time information of what's going on in the building. And, in the past, the sheriff's office and the police departments were not hooked up to the cameras in the schools. They had no knowledge. Now we fixed that in Florida, and that should be fixed around the country. Again, real-time information. And the next is the Eagles Act, also led by Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart, establishes a national program on targeted violence prevention at schools, workplaces, houses of worship, and a national threat assessment. Expands resources for research, information training, and on targeted violence prevention and such institutions. And obviously, look, the shooter at Marjory Stoneman Douglas was not new. He was well known. He was on the radar. The FBI had hits on him. The school board knew he was a problem, and we failed to intervene earlier. The policies that were in place failed. Parents have a right to know if there are threats in their schools. And so, there isn't one thing you can do. It's a myriad of things. That's why all of these pieces of legislation have been proposed. And so, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Brian Fitzpatrick. But let me just say it's a pleasure to be here with Tony and Tom. They're wonderful individuals, but I shouldn't know them. I shouldn't know them at all. And I only know them because they lost their kids in my school. I remember shortly after the shooting, one of the parents said, all I did wrong was send my kid to school. That's it. And I thought to myself, wow, what an indictment on elected officials around the country that a parent feels that the only thing they did wrong was sending their kid to school. These things can prevent more parents, more family members from being a part of an exclusive club no one ever wants to join. So with that, let me turn it over to Brian.
Thanks, Jared. Brian Fitzpatrick, Pennsylvania's 1st District. There's a lot of groups that we work with in our roles in the House, covering a whole span of issues. I know Jared shares this. There is no more important issue than this. There's no more important group than staying with Parkland. I've become, very, very close to everybody that's a part of that group, and went down to MSD. And one of the most moving, gut-wrenching experiences in my life was going down to that high school right after it was released as a crime scene, and they were allowing the family members, and I was honored to be invited to go down to walk through to just serve as a reminder of the highest priority that any of us have in this job, and we have a lot. There is no higher priority than to pass legislation that's going to keep our community safe and our kids safe. There's no higher responsibility that any of us have. And that's not to diminish any other issues. There's a lot of issues that are very, very important that impact people's lives. But community safety, public safety, and our kids' safety and school safety is the most important. One of the things that I'm able to do, and I wish this weren't as much of a challenge with some of my colleagues, is to always make sure that all these initiatives are bipartisan. Our goal is to take this outside of the realm of politics. We need to end this ridiculous debate that the Second Amendment and community and public safety and school safety are mutually exclusive. They are not. They need not be mutually exclusive. And the state of Florida, quite frankly, has proven that. And if you look at how the Safer Communities Act came to be, there was a lot of mounting pressure, but it was the tragedy in Uvalde that really put this over the top when you had both members of the House and the Senate from the state of Texas that stepped up and did the right thing. And that was significant legislation. It was definitely a step in the right direction, but all the pieces of legislation that Jared pointed out demonstrate that we still have a lot more work to do. So Jared and I spoke on the floor. I want to, and I look very much forward to joining him in pushing, at least in one instance, the Committee on Homeland Security. They have jurisdiction. There's a number of committees of jurisdiction over these pieces of legislation. But I think the most important thing we can do is just appeal to the hearts of our colleagues. It should never take a tragedy in your community, a tragedy in your state, to act. We've seen that happen too often. In fact, it happens in a lot of venues on a lot of different issues. It takes a tragedy for people to actually move to act. And one of the things that I give Tony and Tom and everybody in Stanwood Parkland so much credit for is they're taking their pain and they're turning it into positive action in the name of their kids. And I can't think of a more noble and honorable way to live one's life than to honor your children's memory in that regard by saving potential future victims. And, shame on any member of Congress that doesn't heed that call to listen to parents like this and take steps that should not be hard. And, our founders created a system of government that can be clunky and slow. That is for sure. But there is no reason why the world's wealthiest country and the system of government that's better than any system on the planet should struggle as much as we have to pass legislation to keep our kids safe. Like I said, Safer Communities Act was definitely a positive development. It was definitely a step in the right direction. But there's a lot more we need to do. And Jared pointed a lot of them out. So just honored to always stand with Parkland, always, and with the family members and the community. And really every community across America who just wants their kids to be safe. Parents want their kids to be safe. Teachers want to be able to have an environment where they don't need to worry about violence breaking out of their school. They want the freedom to teach. Communities don't want to have to worry about this. And there are things that we can do. We've done some of them. Some of them still remain to be finished. And these parents, I know, are not going to let up until we continue to make progress and continue to save kids' lives. So with that, Jared, proud to partner with you. Yep. Yep. Are we doing questions here? Or?
Let me bring up Tom and Tony to say.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
This week marks 8 years since the shooting at
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now in Lake County, where we've been tracking some evacuations due to a brush fire in that area. You can see the Forest Service on the scene working to contain that fire even more. Right now, though, I want to get you back to that news conference earlier today on Capitol Hill, where Congressman Jared Moskowitz and others discussing the push to depoliticize gun safety, hearing from the father of someone who I understand lost a child in the Parkland shooting in 2018, as we get closer to that 8th anniversary coming up on Saturday.
Stolen in a place that should have been a sanctuary of learning, but the horrors that unfolded that day were the absolute opposite of a sanctuary. In the aftermath, we chanted never again, yet 8 years later, these tragedies continue. I'm here as part of Stand with Parkland, alongside Tony, our president, and the rest of our group. We work to make schools safer. Today, Tony and I want to share what we've accomplished, and more importantly, where the work remains unfinished. One of those unfinished areas is mental health in our schools. Mental health is a foundational pillar of school safety. Early identifications of students in crisis, followed by mental health intervention and support, are some of the best preventative actions that we can take. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act went a long way towards funding mental health in schools, but that funding is set to expire next year. But the need won't expire. The gap between need and available resources is ongoing, and we need to continue bridging that gap with funding mental health counselors in schools. One of the reasons that we support the Mental Health in Schools Excellence Act, which will provide matching grants to students who are pursuing a degree that will take them to a school and help kids who are in crisis. This is important because we know that early identification and early intervention saves lives. But while mental health is the first line of defense, we also need a last line of defense. That's where the school resource officer comes into play. SROs do more than just patrol hallways. They coordinate safety plans, implement safety plans, they mentor students, and they serve as role models. According to a University of Virginia study, the majority of students and teachers feel safer when an SRO is present in the school. Despite this, we continue to hear from schools that want an SRO but can't afford them. We must provide the funding necessary for every local community to have an SRO in their school if they want one. That's why we support the Save Our Schools SOS Act, which would provide that kind of funding for communities that want an SRO. These are just two of the areas that we're focused on. Tony will come up now to tell you some of the other things that we're working on.
8 years ago, my life was divided into two parts. Everything that happened before February 14th of 2018 and every difficult day since. On that day at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School, my daughter Gina was taken from me. 17 lives were taken, 17 others were wounded, and our community was forever changed. In the face of unimaginable grief, the parents and spouses of the victims decided we would not let their story end with loss. That is why Stand with Parkland, the National Association of Families for Safe Schools, exists. We are a uniquely nonpartisan organization, rooted in love, driven by pain, and committed to results. We are focused on issues, answers, and families, and that approach has helped us make real progress in the aftermath of the Parkland shooting. The state of Florida proved that. With initiatives driven by Stand with Parkland and with bipartisan support, Florida passed major reforms to strengthen school safety infrastructure and expand mental health support. Other changes included steps like extreme risk protection orders and a renewed focus on prevention and early intervention. Those reforms did not bring back the loved ones we lost, but they did demonstrate something important. When citizens demand actions, lawmakers can move. Our efforts didn't stop at the state line. Stand with Parkland helped push and support federal action, action that for too long seemed out of reach here in Washington. The Fix NICS Act passed, strengthening accountability around reporting for records and keeping firearms out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. The Stop School Violence Act expanded support and funding for prevention, things like threat assessment training, anonymous reporting tools, all to help identify individuals before tragedy strikes. We've heard about the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. It represented a breakthrough moment, showing that even in a divided era, Congress can come together and fund violence prevention efforts, school safety initiatives, invest in mental health, and put measures in place that support responsible firearms ownership. These are real tools that help schools and communities prevent tragedy. One of the most practical accomplishments we can point to was the creation of schoolsafety.gov under the first Trump administration, a one-stop federal clearinghouse of school safety resources, best practices, and guidance for educators, parents, and law enforcement. It's the kind of nuts and bolts solution that didn't make headlines, but it does make a difference, because the people closest to students deserve clear, credible, and evidence-based informed support. That is why we have seen our bipartisan approach achieve not slogans, not performative outrage, but deliverables. While we recognize the progress, we must refuse complacency because the stakes are too high. Firearm violence remains the leading cause of death for children and teens in America. That is a fact. That is a national emergency hiding in plain sight. We support prevention efforts like schools building stronger climates and doing threat assessments. We acknowledge the educators and counselors for carrying burdens they never asked for. We recognize law enforcement and safety professionals for working every day to prevent the unthinkable. And we are extremely grateful for Congressman Fitzpatrick and Congressman Moskowitz and the others who reach across the aisle, choosing courage over comfort. However, we must do more. The next steps are right in front of us. Congress must pass the EAGLES Act. As Jared said, it will help strengthen and expand the National Threat Assessment Center and their vital research. It will help communities identify risk earlier and respond more effectively. Many states already have requirements for behavioral threat assessments in their laws, yet not every Congress member from those states is signed on to EAGLES Act. We call on them to sign on to the EAGLES Act, support it, and pass it so that we can protect every student in America. Additionally, Congress should pass the MSD Act, an effort to modernize America's schools and improve the communication so families aren't left in the dark regarding threats to their children's schools. These are practical solutions. They are achievable solutions, and they are bipartisan solutions, because protecting our nation's students and teachers should never be controversial. Let me close with this. Congress must act. School safety is not a red issue. It's not a blue issue. It's a public safety issue. Stand with Parkland's record proves that bipartisan solutions are possible. We've seen what can happen when elected officials decide that saving lives is more important than political posturing. Above all, we must resolve to improve school safety, to honor the victims of the Parkland tragedy, not only with remembrance, but by building a future where no family receives the devastating call that changes everything. We cannot undo what happened in Parkland 8 years ago. But we can come together as an American family and do everything in our power to prevent it from happening again. Thank you.
I want to thank Tony and Tom again for coming up here as they've done for 8 years and going across the country advocating for these changes. Are there any questions? Go ahead.
I was wanting to know what you guys feel, including the Parkland parents, about efforts to roll back parts of the Parkland Act, including a push to reduce the gun violence age back to 18.
I mean, I can take a shot at that. So that's been ongoing, obviously, for the last couple of years in the state house. They've passed it before, rolling it back down to 18. The state Senate is not taking it up. It appears we're on that same course again. And so, look, I still talk to a lot of state house members and state senators, being, former state rep myself and then the director of emergency management and now being up here. I think there's a lot of people who still understand why we passed that law, how that law is currently working. It's targeted. It does not prevent possession. So people's constitutional rights are not inhibited. If a grandparent or a parent wants to go hunting with their 18-year-old, they can. If a parent or grandparent wants to buy their 18-year-old a firearm, they can. But a high school student cannot go into a gun store, walk out with 2 AR-15s, unlimited ammunition, body armor, and walk into a school on their own. That's what that law has prevented, and there's a lot of evidence that that law, coupled with everything else we passed in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, has saved countless lives in the state of Florida, which is why 8 years later it's still there, quite frankly.
Congressman Jared Moskowitz, Democrat from Florida's 23rd District, speaking to reporters earlier today on Capitol Hill ahead of the 8th anniversary coming up this weekend of the Parkland shooting. We are just about out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. Do want to give you a quick update. The fire on St. John's Lane in Eustis, Lake County, 100% contained. That's from the Florida Forest Service. Going to hand things off for Fox 35 Weather Plus next. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I had 2 squares.
So everybody's happy.
I gotta go edit.
He's gotta go to work.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Florida Live starts now.
Welcome into Florida Live. Let me give you a live look right now. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt speaking with reporters at a White House